Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief, Ecos Magazine on stage. A youth of the movement and Monica Cormack is the chairman and managing director. He is maximum joining us today. Monica Shri SVR Srinivas, CEO and officer of Special Duty Dharavi Development Project, Government of Bharat, and the University of for specifically history, COO Raymond Reality, can you have an update? Use one of the platforms along with COO Raymond Reality, a very important news about the legal network. We are very delighted and extremely thankful for Sri Vikram Kumar, Additional Metropolitan Commissioner, Mumbai, and have a user experience. Uh, What's now Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Housing, Government of Maharashtra. She started joining us. 2010. A user of the course for all the dignitaries out there. A very warm welcome. You know, I should declare them to be invited to that out. Someone with that thought that would work what can you talk mass at a certain and Videsha. Well, now for the inaugural session, I shall request and call upon Sri P. Ravindranath, Mission Director, Government of Maharashtra. Can you have a nice return of and we're very delighted by his presence today. Thank you so much. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I shall request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technology Management magazine, to felicitate our chief guest signatories one by one. I request our chief guest, Sri Atul Sari, on the Government of Government of Maharashtra, to please join us on such a stage in the format for very likely some of your busy schools. We have a representative of Government of Government of Maharashtra. And the question is Sanjeev Chaitanya, Vice President and Chief Executive Officer of Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Maharashtra. Very, very warm welcome, sir. Next year, I will report Shri SVR, Srinivas, CEO of the Security Dharavi Development Project, Government of Maharashtra. And now, request Dr. Ravi Gupta, our partner, CEO, Women Reality, Hamburg Sahani. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you, sir. Great job. It's a Sunday tradition. We don't know. And also request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please felicitate Shri Vikram Kumar, Additional Metropolitan Commissioner, Mumbai, Metropolitan Region Development Authority, MMRDA, Government of Maharashtra. Dr. Ravi Gupta to please felicitate Shri Vikram Kumar, Mission Director, State Water Mission, Government of Maharashtra. And that note, now it is the growing context of why we are here together and for doing the welcoming person first, and now request and PowerPoint, Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO in Technopedia and editor of Super Magazine, to please connect with each staff of the first with the welcoming person and the set absolutely amazing context of this event today.
नमस्कार बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आप सभी का गणमान्य अतिथियों का और गणमान्य डेलीगेट्स से आज यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं एंड दिस इज द थर्ड एडिशन ऑफ द Elets Hosting Empire Summit. Earlier, we have collaborated with the government of Maharashtra. We had Pedro Kumar, who is the PCS Housing, and then we did the Hosting Official of the government of Maharashtra, and we had high-tech organizations, editions, the Housing Summit earlier in the last two editions. So it's an honor to be here again for Elets. And we are honored to have our eminent dignitary, the Honorable Minister, and various senior officers from the team and Department of Government of Maharashtra who have joined in. And context is all about that lots of initiatives, government sector, the private sector are really proudly in and infrastructure in Maharashtra and the whole. So this event is going to highlight these initiatives, various opportunities and challenges of development of the housing and the private sector in the Mumbai region and overall Maharashtra. And we are joined by various industry experts. Our presenting sponsor, Raymond, Realty is here. We have the senior associate, Raymond, who will be talking about their initiatives here. And also, we have various other stakeholders joining in from the private sector and the various government organizations associated with infrastructure and housing development in Maharashtra. And we also have this launch of the special issue of Viva magazine, which will happen integrated with Maharashtra special issue where we have documented the various initiatives of Maharashtra government in the housing and infrastructure and how it is going to uh, uh, change the face of Maharashtra housing sector itself. So with legacy of 21 years of Elets, we have organized conferences like this all over India with in collaboration with across all most important sectors of the society who are working around the society sector and also across very government, not only in India but across 10 countries outside India also, including Dubai, Malaysia, Thailand, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, UK, USA, and various other countries. So it's an honor for Elets to collaborate with in organizing this important conference. This way, welcome all our eminent speakers and eminent delegates who have joined here, and especially the honorable minister who have taken time to make initiative to join us here. Namaskar and welcome. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much for setting the context of this today productive day of Ravi Gupta. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everyone? Well, let's get going today. We have a very special and minister who has joined us today. And talk about Sri Sari is a distinguished leader, the current housing minister of Maharashtra, and also the crucial responsibility of shaping the housing policy infrastructure development of one of the most India's dynamic landscape. And let's make the background deeply rooted in public service and governance. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Atul Sari? Now, right now, right now, I saying, can we have a huge round of applause? Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Housing, Government of Maharashtra. You're very much.
Very good morning to everybody. It's indeed a pleasure to be part of today's Elets National Housing Infra Summit. For this, just now, our ACS Housing, Valsana Group, DAS, our Mithri, Mada, Sanjeev Jaiswal, our CEO for Happy Redevelopment, which is the top of Mumbai, Sri Srinivasan, Mr. Vikram Kumarji, then E. Ravindraji, Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, then Satdeep Maheshwarji from Renewable Reality, Arman Ji from Renewable Reality, and Ravi Gupta, who is CEO for Elets Technology, and all the executives and branch and all the stakeholders who have come for this country, this techno-media country. And I'm really obliged for calling me for this as a chief guest for this program. Government has been attending a lot of conclaves on real estate in Mumbai and have been always coming to state that our government has tried to do a lot of developments in Mumbai city and Maharashtra, like 700 kilometers Nagpur mark, which has been the connectivity from Nagpur to Mumbai. Like I tell my own example, earlier I used to travel more by flight, but nowadays I travel by own vehicle because many times delayed flights and even 2 hours from Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar to Mumbai. It is only because of the Samruddhi Mahamarg and connectivity has been same way the coming up with a new international airport, which I think 25 million passengers will be then Mumbai, Ahmedabad, high speed rail project. Atal Setu has connected the new Mumbai and what in our local language say the second Mumbai is the city Mumbai. बराबर Coastal road has also yes. And we see our example many times when we have to catch the flight in the evening, we have to start 2.5 hours. Now we can start 45 minutes before and catch our this new coastal road. Because all metro lines coming up, so and of seating is coming up. All this, our government is trying to do this infrastructure would take a good development in Mumbai. Right? I've been always telling you, MADA is an organization. Government, we are trying to provide our Prime Minister, Honorable, he trying to see that all the LIG, EWS will get the houses. And in last 5 years, he constructed about 5 crores of houses to the people who didn't have the houses. Same case in this term, we are committing about 3 crores of houses to the people in the country. This is the reason why even MADA is, I think, we have till today given about 7.5 lakhs of houses in Maharashtra state. And we are trying to give another in future. Our plan is at least 1 lakh more new houses will be provided in this Maharashtra state. And our MADA department is already in the dynamic. Our and Nair, madam, both of them are trying to give maximum houses because you must have seen in last 10 months in Mumbai there is a growth of 37% in buying new houses. We have received, our state has received a revenue of about 9,221 crores in last 10 months. It is just because after when COVID there was a, but after COVID there was a little slowdown. Now, but again, everywhere it has shown that the economy of our country is improving. Like Honorable Prime Minister's dream is that we should reach $5 trillion economy. For that, I will request all you stakeholders who are present here, the developers who are present here, and definitely Elite is going to support us in this. Uh, and Mahada and our organization will definitely be with you to do this so that we reach the Modi ji's dream of 5 trillion economy. I will request here that there are lot of SRA projects in the we have been trying to our Secretary Madam is already through the amnesty scheme. Lot of projects would be redevelopment. Some builders, some developers are since last so many years they are not been able to develop it. We can make the agreement and give some other people like recently in our Honorable Chief Minister Eknathji Shinde Saab, our Deputy Chief Minister Devenji Fadnavis Saab, we Ghatkopar in Ramai Nagar, we have started a project in which 3 days back only that project has been inaugurated, in which about 15,000 houses are going to be there. The people have been given rent and they will be, we have changed the developer and we will see see that in near future we get the houses. Our MHADA has already constructed 15,000 houses in Solapur for the mill workers who were staying there. Another 15,000 we are going to deliver in the month of, I think by March we should be able to do it. Our target was December, but we are definitely feel that to be able to deliver them by March. The only thing is that EWS and LIG people should get houses is the main aim of our MHADA. And through MHADA, we have been trying to make our 20% inclusive housing also. We have about 1 lakh houses we are proposing. Uh, and last week only, like MHADA Raw, we have reduces the prices for the from the instead of premium who hand over the flats to us. We have reduced the prices for EWS about 25%. For LIG, we have reduced 20%. For MIG, we have reduced 15%. And for HIG, we have reduced 10%. The reason is only that these type of flats should be available for the poor people, for the people who don't have their house. Like as I told you, UK, recently we have with SRA and MMRDA, correct, Mr. Vikram? This Ghatkopar project, JB has been done. Same type of JB will be done with MMRDA, MHADA, CIDCO, PMC, and in near future, and Mumbai, we see that all the projects which have been supported started in near future. Already, MHADA going to develop Abudai Nagar, Kala Chowki, then uh, most discussed project will be definitely Kamakipura. The MHADA is going to near future announce that project so that it give a good impact, which is in the last so many years we have been listening. I'm there in the house for 10 years. Our MLA from there, Amin Patel, he always in every session he asks, "What about my Kamatipura?" And I'm very happy to say and proud to say that Mana will be doing this project in recent earlier. And will be already the presentation and all is complete. We will be able to start the redevelopment of Kamatipura, which will be one of the unique project in Mumbai. As SRA also, we have been for maximum people to come. We have reduced the transfer period from 10 years to 5 years. We have made even the charges also to 50,000. This is all just clear the all the projects in Mumbai. I really feel proud that in Mumbai we are trying to our department is getting day by day and trying to accommodate maximum. Like about 1.25 houses, 1.25 lakh houses for the Gini Kamgar. As we are trying to make some houses in the suburbans of the Mumbai, and because the mill land in the city is not sufficient, it is less. We cannot construct that much of houses. So we'll be constructing some part of. We have identified the land. Near future, we'll be constructing those houses because already 98,000 people have been scrutinized by the labor department. That's all, but we are planning for 1.25 lakhs houses so that there will be no issue in the many people become successors and that they will not be able to submit the papers. But we are expecting them to take that they should submit the papers so that we can take also into consideration. And all these things we are doing when we are trying to do. But I really today I'm very much thankful to Ravi. He has organized this function, and they have all the government officials, our Dharavi CEO, our SR, the SR, thing. But Mahadaji is there, MMRD is there, our Secretary Madam is there. Everybody is there for today's panel discussion. And whatever your suggestions and your for the new housing policy, which already Madam Ravi declared. So all this your panel discussion will definitely help us government to do better work. And I promise you, on behalf of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, our Chief Minister Eknath Shinde ji, our Deputy Chief Minister, because he's always positive in the because earlier he was the housing minister. So Devendra ji Fadnavis sahab, Ajit Dada Pawar sahab, he committed to all the people, all the stakeholders the Maharashtra will be always support, will be always behind you. And any suggestions if we receive, we'll definitely work it out in our next housing policy. And I'm once again I thank Women Realities and elect Techno Media's Mr. Ravi Guptaji and all his colleagues for calling me for this function. I have a meeting at Devendra Fadnavis residence for my other department meeting is there. Other department. So I'll take leave with the Dias permission and all your permission and wish you a very good panel discussion whole day. All the discussion will give some fruitful and some definitely work out whatever suggestions which come from. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Shri Atul Savi, Honorable Minister of Housing, Government of Maharashtra, for such a positive and a productive talk. Thank you, and I think on that note, we should have a very beautiful round of applause. And thank you for your really busy schedule coming here and getting us know that it is very important to be productive right now and with, along with the power pack panel discussion which is also going to happen. Well, let us move ahead right now. The absolutely much anticipated e-government Mara special souvenir vaccine launch. Ladies and gentlemen, let us just begin. And along with that, I request all our dignitaries to please come forward for e-gov Mara special souvenir launch. And also, I'll request our partners one by one to join us. Jitendra and Kriti directors from Probity Software, along with Mr. Prakash Patil, Project Director, T Construction Private Limited. Along with, I'll also request Mr. Rohit Katiyal, Managing Director, Capsites Infra Projects Limited, to join us on stage. Along with Mr. Rahul Sharma, SDU Head, Tata Projects, Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head, and Selvin Guttaman, Chief Business Officer, Avas Financiers Limited, and the team from India Hume Pumps and Ajmita Realty all around. Please join us for the vaccine launch as well. I request our partners to join us for this much anticipated eGov Mara special souvenir launch. Well, eGov magazine is Asia's first and only print-come online magazine on e-terms, focusing on the use of ICT in governance. The magazine provides an extensive coverage on the latest e-governance news and updates around the globe. It also acts as a repository of valuable information leading to discussions and e-governance. Also, our Honorable Minister have joined us out of his really busy schedule. I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets and Chief Magazine, please honor Shri Atul Save, Honorable Minister of Housing, Government of Maharashtra, with the moment. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's an absolute honor having him here. His inputs in regards to the productive talks and the positive feedback and the zealful welcome address by him, of course, is going to add an incredible value for today. Thank you so much. It was very significant of you to join us today. Thank you. Thank you so for joining in. We're very glad. I'll request all the dignitaries to please come ahead for the group picture. Well, I'll also request you to please be seated. Thank you so much, each one of you, for joining in, and it's an absolute honor here. So let's get going now. Let's move forward from here. Well, we have joined by very special dignitary today, Mr. Iyer. Well, Ms. Wilson Iyer Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Housing, Government of Maharashtra, comes with a lot of responsibility and, of course, a lot of enthusiasm and a zeal. And I think I must give this opportunity for her to talk and set the context of the event. We have her on stage. And have a huge round of applause, gentlemen. Everyone, it's what Singh joining us today.
Hi, good morning to you all. To my dearest friends on the dais, and Mr. Ravi Gupta, and all other colleagues present here from MADA and from the industry. I want to start with a sincere apology for the delay. I was in another event which was from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. It was on new construction technology in new green technology in the construction business, which was a really, really interesting exchange of ideas and which has tremendous potential for the real estate business because it talks about how we can use this technology in bringing down the adverse effects of climate change. So that was an interesting one, and I have just committed that we will do a research group together in which the best practices which are shared can be now used in the construction industry in Mumbai. Now, coming back to the events of today, so I almost finished the valedictory there and rushed here to catch the Honorable Minister in time for his welcome address. So it was both the work. And talking about Sabe, I think we are really fortunate to get an opportunity to work under somebody like him because he's not only a visionary leader who understands the business, he's someone who gives you the space to work, who delegates, and who has faith and trust in the whole team. Apart from being that, he's also a successful industrialist who understands the business acumen. So it's all rolled into one. I think the best things an officer could ask for is to work under the leadership of somebody like that. I also want to extend hearty thanks to the MADA team here because I think this is not about any individual doing. This is about the whole team performing together. The success which MADA can claim today is this great team which we have, and each and every member of this team is fully responsible for this great success. Now, this I think is a very golden period in the real estate business because I was in another summit a couple of days ago. So a lot of statistics were shared. One was that there is a 57% increase in sales over the last year. So that is something is really good news for the government because the real estate picks up, it naturally leads to the better GDP and better growth in the economy. But what is of concern is the affordability. When we talk about affordability, the property prices have been growing at about 9.6% over the last year. But compared to that, the growth in the per capita income is only 6.6%. So we are becoming unaffordable with every growing year. And that is where I think MADA comes in. MADA as its role as it's a beacon of hope for affordable housing in Mumbai. MADA has sold I think, almost about 67 lakhs of houses in the past few years. And I really want to compliment the team for introducing the most transparent integrated lottery and housing management system. Earlier, I used to be flooded with complaints once the lottery system was done. People used to throng there with some complaint to the other about how the involvement of men, the manual involvement was creating a havoc. Now that we've started this new system, the number of complaints are so minimal, and I am really sure this is only the beginning of an absolutely automated lottery system for MADA, and also which makes all of us believe and have regained faith in the entire system that MADA is talking about. And the second intervention which MADA has done, which is to be congratulated, is that earlier while lottery was maybe an annual feature or maybe once in 2 years, now we are talking about lottery at multiple regular intervals. So this is also making the availability of houses much more. But as the Secretary of the Department, I would also want MADA to look at three more issues. Of course, affordability is one. Secondly, is how do we marry sustainability into this construction business? We had a presentation yesterday on Mumbai as a growth hub. This is a new vision approach by the Niti Aayog. So, MMR is the region which has been chosen by Niti Aayog as a pilot project. And we are talking about 30 lakh houses by 2030 in MMR. And the largest responsibility of this is going to come on MADA's shoulders. So, in that sector, if we can somehow introduce more of a green technology in our construction, I think MADA can play a very big role, not only in providing shelter, but also in combating climate change. So I think we need to look at new technologies, maybe set up a small study group to study best practices across the world and try and use them. The third intervention which I want MADA to look at is about more of innovation. Innovation in artificial intelligence and otherwise. How do we use all this technology and make it better for the community? Why do we all talk about having a good house? A shelter is not just a basic need. But having a good house, it sort of induces one to think better. You become more productive. You want to give a better education to your children. It sort of naturally progresses into better communities, which is what we all are striving for. So I think MADA has a very big responsibility in shaping the communities of today and in shaping the generations of tomorrow. I want to wish all the best to Mr. Jaiswal and his really able and competent team and to all the stakeholders present today. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a valuable inputs. Let's take this forward from here. And now I shall call upon Shri SVR Srinivas, CEO and Officer on Special Duty Dharavi Development Project, Government of Maharashtra. A very huge round of applause for him.
Thank you and a very warm and good morning to all of you. Dignities and the dais, my esteemed and close friends and all the invitees and dear friends. We are at a very crucial juncture about the future of sustainable Mumbai and sustainable urban landscape. The most important cornerstone, as I see it, or as most of us see it, is the housing. In Mumbai, you ask anybody, people don't want jobs because jobs are already there for anybody who comes to it. Say, being a dream city, it has always been, continues to be so. And as my colleague, Mrs. Falsanaya said, the number of units being sold, the house, the data that has been quoted, that shows there's a lot of demand and the real estate is doing well. But however, the point is the city has to be sustainable, it has to grow. And for that, in Mumbai, you ask anybody, people don't want jobs because jobs are already there. Nobody will go and run around for jobs. What they ask is number one is sustainable transport. And therefore that they want at a reasonable rate, affordable rate. And affordable housing has already been defined by Government of India committee, which refers to particular months of salary. Strive towards that end. It is necessary for us to mull over as to what is the future of the affordable housing segments expansion, at what rate it will increase. Because the survey was done, if I remember, when I was in MMRDA, a survey was carried out as to how many People are houseless. It's almost like 11 lakh houses. 11 lakh houses is the demand. 1.1. So it is time that we do it in new paradigm. Hopefully, the new housing policy that is being proposed, I'm sure it will address a lot of these issues. And most of these issues of development of housing sector in Mumbai are not of development but of redevelopment. Because for which, of course, MADA has a very crucial role. So does SRA. But from my behalf, on behalf of the government of Maharashtra, what we are doing that I'll just put forth in 2 minutes and take your leave. What the vision of the government of India and the state government is a slum-free Mumbai. So you can't have a slum-free Mumbai or slum-free India with lakhs of people in single slum, with the dubious distinction of being the largest in Asia, the largest urban renewal project, that is Dharavi. So keeping in this heart of the city, you can't have a slum-free Mumbai. So if you want to have slum-free Mumbai and slum-free Maharashtra, the first huge step is redevelopment of Dharavi. And the Dharavi project, as I see it, is not just a redevelopment project. It is not a just a housing project. It is building a city within a city, as I always mention. And secondly, it is also the brownest of the brownfield projects. In fact, even today, amongst you, those who are sitting on the stage and above, amongst you, many skeptics might be there. Will it happen even at this stage? Because there are so many issues. It is more of a social project. Issues of livelihoods are involved, not just housing. There are three components of the project which I would like to touch upon and close. One is building houses. That will be a few lakh houses will be built, and for which government has declared it as a vital public purpose project. It's the first of its kind where housing has been declared as a vital public purpose project. And this has been pending for almost 50 years now, this project. So building houses is the first component. Second is the building the physical infrastructure. Because as I said, it is a city within a city. So you have to build roads which don't exist. You have to build bridges which don't exist. You have to build a stormwater drain which doesn't exist as of today. And you have to also build sewage system, drinking water, because none of the houses have drinking water at home. People have to stand in queues every morning. And of course, proper toilets, because in COVID times we have seen per toilet seat there are 400 people waiting in the queue every day and as we speak. So this is the scenario there. So we need physical infrastructure, including electricity connection, because most of the slums have no legal electricity connection. Lines have to be laid. So that is the second component, physical infrastructure. So building houses, physical infrastructure. Third component is very important, and especially important in Dharavi. That is the social infrastructure. What do you mean by social infrastructure? Is when the people start coming, living there, and they have all the physical facilities. But what you need is schools, colleges, hospitals, primary health centers, right? Community centers, libraries, and let me also tell you, which is very sensitive but very important, and I'll take half a minute and close. Dharavi has hundreds of temples, dozens of churches, and near about 100 mosques and gurdwaras, right? They have to also to be accommodated. So the social infrastructure has to be built in Dharavi. So taking into this consideration, so the work is just starting. We have completed about 11,000 household survey, and the community structures survey is also going on. Lots of issues are there which are of execution nature, and I am sure with the support of government of Maharashtra, we are able to overcome that. And now the future is, I just take 10 seconds. We want to complete the survey in this financial year. Second is we want to start the construction, maybe possibly is to start with the railway facilities in a month's time. So if not earlier. So on that note, I would like to congratulate and thank Mr. Mada VP. It's Jaiswal for organizing this seminar, one day workshop. And it is a very crucial juncture. I think you got the last day almost. Mr. Jaiswal, I think you got the last day before organizing because from tomorrow is Ganesh Chaturthi. After that, 9 days, 7 days, that will go on. And then after that, immediately we have Dasara, then Diwali, and then elections, and all those things. So you have taken hold of the last. Yes, then there is that's what the code of conduct. So I think well in time, you just stepped in well in time. So thank you very much, and I wish all of you all the best. Thank
Well, thank you, Shri SVR Srinivas. Thank you for such a productive input. Well, let's get going right now, and I shall request and call upon Shri Vikram Kumar, Additional Metropolitan Commissioner, Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority, MMRDA, Government of Maharashtra, to join us on dais, please. Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
Honorable ACS Housing, Honorable Srinivas sir, Honorable Jaiswal sir, my colleague Mr. Rabindran, friends, we have been hearing all the great minds speak about housing since morning, and it's a real challenge in Mumbai, and it's not only in Mumbai, especially in all these metros which are having high density. See, for any housing to be successful, basically three things are required. First is the land, then who builds it, and then who buys it. Places like Mumbai's biggest problem is the land. Where's the land to build these houses? Because as per the estimates, we need around 60 lakh houses in 15 years, especially in the low cost segment. So where's the land to build these houses? And you have to unlock a lot of land to build these houses and develop them. It's very important in this context to develop areas around Mumbai and to connect these areas to Mumbai in a very quick time. For example, the success of Atal Setu, the MTHL, Mumbai Trans Harbour Link, is one such example, which a lot of areas unlocked because of this bridge. When you go outside of the dense Mumbai, you find areas where you can get affordable and large tracts of land easily available than compared to Mumbai. It is important to think of MMR as one and not Mumbai as just one. When we think of MMR, we think of connecting all these regions of MMR to downtown Mumbai. Coastal Road, MTHL link. In future, there are plans to do Warsaw, Vasai, Virar link. In future, there are plans to take metro to the new airport. All these connections will lead to unlocking of the MMR region. It is pretty important to develop this 60 lakh houses, which is just looking very difficult at this moment to develop in Mumbai city itself. Second is who will build in all these houses. Government has its own capacities, government has its own limitations. We do have fantastic organizations like Mahada, SRA, who are doing great job, doing a lot of houses. But there's a limitation in the structures that we can do only this much in a year. It's very important to involve the private sector in a big way, to give lot of incentives, to give lot of uh, free hand to private sector. In fact, I'll go a step ahead and say new concepts like REITs can be given a chance to come in this low cost housing segment as well. Next is who buys these houses, because whenever you are saying I want a house, then who are the customers here? And when we are saying low cost housing, we are targeting a segment which is not earning that much that they can afford a house easily. Then again, it's very important to all these financial institutions step in. And also, we need to develop more and more houses, the rental house concept. Houses, the rental house concept, which will be easily affordable to people at large. And these houses, once built, can be developed in such a way that it can be from rental to ownership concepts. In due course, you pay the rentals, and due course, the house becomes yours. So I would again like to congratulate Mahada, especially the CEO Jaspal sir, for organizing this event, inviting all the stakeholders under one roof and discuss this concept of housing, affordable housing for all. Congratulations to Mahada and all the best. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vikram Kumar. We are very glad to have you here and thank you for the powerful talks. Well, let's get going and moving forward. I'll call upon Sri E. Ravindra, Mission Director, State Water Mission, Government of Maharashtra. A huge round of applause for him, everybody.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais and ladies and gentlemen. So I am just an intruder in this entire setup, so I'll take only a couple of minutes to put up two important things on the urban housing, basically. When you look at building a house or maybe planning for the big constructions of housing complexes or something, in initial days we used to do look at the scale or maybe level of water and where how we can build it, what kind of foundation we need. But at the era of climate change, are you looking at or our planning is very much aligned to resilience of climate or not? That's one thing I think building communities or participants are the technical experts. When you are planning for housing, now it is very much needed to look at the climate resilience. When you do the planning, please make it that the climate resilience is incorporated into your planning. The second aspects which I look at it, that utilities for housings. When you look at for utilities, maybe a energy or maybe a water supply or access to housing and everything. The utilities also has to be planned in compliance with the climate resilience. If these two aspects are not planned well in the climate change era, when they are planning to or maybe combat the climate change, or maybe the climate change events which is going to happen in next 100 years or 50 years, what their UNESCO and other people or UNICEF, everything is talking about it. But my point is, in urban housing also should have the climate change component and in the planning. And I request you please take this also in the note. And I must thank Moda and Elets given me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Well, we are very equally delighted, sir, to have you here. Thank you so much for the guidance and the support. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm calling upon someone who has been very supportive and, of course, being the backbone here for today's event for Elets Techno Media. Under his guidance, we have definitely made sure that we are here with a powerful, insightful presentation along with some discussions happening here, making this one of the most knowledgeable and productive day today. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Shri Sanjeev Jaiswal, Vice President and Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Mahara Government of Maharashtra.
Honorable ACS ma'am, Srimati Valsa Nair ma'am, CEO, CEO Dharavi, Shri Srinivas sir, my colleague Vikram Kumar, Additional Commissioner MMRDA, Ravindran, MD Jal Jeevan Mission, my senior officers from Mada Borikar, Shambarpur, Sandeep Maheshwari, Rajiv Gupta, Ravi Gupta ji. And firstly, I would like to congratulate Elets for hosting this special event and primarily focusing upon MADA and the housing segment as well as Mumbai and Maharashtra is concerned. I guess already Honorable Minister and our ACS has sounded our way forward, and subsequent to the opening ceremony, we have a panel discussion where I will be speaking a little more. So not taking much time, I would just like to highlight upon two, 3 points pertaining to MADA and pertaining to the private sector as far as redevelopment is concerned. It's a matter of pride to be associated with this organization. It has a history of almost 75 years since the formation of the Mumbai Housing Board in 1949. MADA was set up in 1977. And in this path of 75 years, we have constructed almost 9 lakh houses, 2.25 lakh houses in Mumbai, And yet, our commitment to provide affordable housing to the citizens and protect the tenant rights is still something on which we have to work very hard upon. As Madam mentioned, that it's not only the question of construction of houses, but the aspect of affordability, sustainability, and innovation in terms of technology and promoting green technology and even using AI for this purpose is the next goal on which we will be working in the coming years. Our focus remains the same with a slight change, and now it has come down to a vertical growth through redevelopment, considering that Mumbai is a landlocked city and with limited geographical boundaries. The challenge, as everyone knows, is rapid urbanization, growing population, scarcity of land, scattered buildings, and most importantly, in redevelopment, the existing buildings which are there have already consumed FSI of more than three. In all this, government has played a very proactive role in the last few years, and there have been many amendments made in the DCR. The FSI has been enhanced, and most importantly, as far as redevelopment is concerned, the compensation policy for the landowners, which was something as a limiting factor, has been taken care of by the amendment in 79A, whereby initially the compensation that we used to pay used to be 100 times of the rent in case of a forceful acquisition. Now that has been redesigned as 25% of the ready reckoner rate or 15% of the built up resale value, whichever is higher. And in all this, the goal of MADA gets even more strengthened to promote redevelopment, optimize land use, and integrate modern planning process. As I say this, it is. I would also like to mention that there was a panel discussion the previous day where Srinivas sir was also present, and we were all talking about the constraints in terms of Mumbai, the land availability, and most importantly, the burning issue which was mentioned by Madam also that the affordability index as far as Mumbai is concerned. In spite of all the interventions, we are still at 51, which is much higher than the 30 which is prescribed in terms of your total salary and what is the percentage of the income that is going for the housing segment. Second is initially we were more focused on individual redevelopment, but in the last 1 2 years, the government priority has been to encourage cluster redevelopment both in the 114 layouts which belong to MADA and also the redevelopment of the CES buildings, which is in the island city. As a result, through the housing department, cabinet approved a few proposals, namely Abhitla Nagar, Motilal Nagar was second case, GTB Nagar, though not through cabinet, was also approved as a cluster approach. Two more projects are in the pipeline, Bandra Reclamation and Adarsh Nagar. The most iconic project of redevelopment under 33-7, obviously under 33-9, Matipura, is almost on the verge of being floated as a tender. But I see to it that the private players and the private real estate stakeholders also have a very pivotal role to play in the coming years. As mentioned, that there's a projection that the needs of Mumbai, especially in terms of affordable housing, is concerned, would only increase. And though Mumbai has registered a very high growth in terms of sales, yet the question of providing affordable housing, which is below 65 lakhs as far as Mumbai is concerned, as per the RBI norms, is something that on which all of us has to work upon. And this is where institutions like MADA and SRA come into picture because our priority is to provide houses to the economically downtrodden and the poor people, especially in the category of the EWS and the LIG. And as previously Shiva sir had also said in an event that like maybe the thrust would also have to change for the rental housing in the city. I would only request everyone present here, Government of Maharashtra, through our ACS Housing and the Honorable Minister, We are working on changing the policies to make it more attractive to achieve our goals. But unless the private sector also comes forward in a very proactive manner to take up redevelopment either under 33.7 or 33.5 as far as MADA is concerned, and also see to it that primarily for the affordable housing sector, for the EWS and the LIG category, the pricing is such that more and more people can buy the house. With that introductory note, I would like to thank Alex and Eagle and even the sponsor for this event, Raymond's Reality, for hosting this event and calling us for the inaugural session. Thereafter in the day, we have a lot of panel discussions. So I think a lot of ideas would be floating in and the solutions would be coming through. Once again, thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Well, thank you, Shri Sanjeev Jaiswal, for such a meaningful exchange and valuable inputs. Well, on that note, in this significant inaugural session, well, let's get going with the next speaker right now, coming up on stage for an free presentation. I'll call upon and invite Mr. Sandeep Maheshwari, COO, Raymond Reality. And also, I'll request all our dignitaries to have a seat out here so that we can have a look at this presentation.
It's to be started from here. How it's will. Yeah. We have to put this on. Okay. Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to stand before you today as we gather to reflect on significant journey of Mala. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries, Honorable Srinivasan Saab, Honorable Jaiswal Saab, Honorable Valsan Nair Madam, Honorable Borikar Saab, Sambhakar Saab, Rindran Sir. We all welcome you here and we'll start our journey. Before we uh, delve into the remarkable story of Nirmal Nagar development, I would like to showcase a short brand video that encapsulates Raymond's legacy and his vision of chairman's vision. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to take you through the journey of Ramallah, a redevelopment project located in Bandra. Journey highlights how Raymond, with the invaluable support of Mala, Ministry of Housing, Government of Maharashtra, successfully overcome various challenges and achieved a crucial milestone in a timely manner. So I will just start the presentation. So, sir, would like to just mention here that Raymond, a name synonymous with excellence in textile and apparel, made a bold foray into the real estate sector. To date, we have successfully launched our four projects, in Thane and one in Bandra, and keep on moving to another projects with the help of Mala. We are looking for the redevelopment of the societies. So, sir, our first JDA project under 33 by 5 is launched a year back, or 6 months back, which is a Nirmal Nagar redevelopment project. As you seeing, sir, this project was last 10 years. This project was stuck because of some issues, challenges, and policy of the Mala also, which I think with the help of Mala authorities and Valsan R. Madam, thank you very much to you also, that we when come across the lot of challenges and issues with the redevelopment of this project, and we're able to get all the approval permissions with your help and support. And this was the project which stuck in 2022 when we start. And this was the condition of the Nirmal Nagar, which is the Kherwadi Junction. And LT Road, thank you, Jaswal sir, and Urban Development Department and Housing Ministry that we will able to get the widen this road, which is 80 meters access. And if you see side challenges, there are LT Road issue which has been resolved. Then there was a public toilet, big public toilet, and this public toilet has been relocated. Hopefully, by this month and the first week of October, we'll able to reopen this public toilet. And there are big three temples. So generally, in all the housing societies, as an Indian, our culture, we create temples, worship places. So there is a big three temples issues. Temples is also being relocated, and the encroachments was there into this place. So when we took the charge, definitive agreement we signed with 2022 with our. Then hello, sorry. These are the journey. We got the offer letter. Thank you very much again for getting this approval. And then second offer letter, realignment approval. And finally, we got the commencement certificate and we started the work. There a full-fledged work is going on. We secured a major approval and permission, which is in the last 18 months. And the major permission was earlier the 4,000 square meter plots, more than the 500 square meter plots was having only the steering basis permission, which the government of Maharashtra Housing Department, MHADA, has enabled us to get into the affordable and viable project so that we'll able to give a 180 square meter feet apartment which is holding by the tenants 408. We are giving 550 square feet of the houses to them. And also, thank you, Jaswal Saab, Madam, that we are also going to that transit camp, which you are helping us to vacating this transit camp also. So we'll also giving them the lifestyle. Raymond is known for the apparel general lifestyle, but our chairman vision is to also that build nation, build Maharashtra, so that we have to create our lifestyle for the people who are in affordable class or below the affordable class. So in this project, we are putting all the amenities, relocating the temples, all the places we will be. You will see them in our video that how it is going. So these are, I'm just saying that these are some challenges. Public toilet has been reconstructed. All is going on. I will not take your much time. The temples has been shifted temporarily. These shoppings has also been shifted there, and we have given them all. This is the construction site photographs. We are working round the clock. We are just getting into the police station. We are hello. So we are working on platinum cutter. We are deploying all the machines and all everything to get the faster construction so that we can rehouse within the 3 years time to the tenants on their respective houses. This is the layout where we coming with the tower A, B, C. This is the rehab buildings or the tents have been relocated there, and these are the 8 towers in 2 phases we are constructing. And this is the bird eye view, and I will just show you a journey of videos, which is going to be the final one for the people who are going to be in. So these are the 550 square feet. Though we are facing some challenges of the height here, that's why we have to make it 2, 3 basements. Otherwise, we could have created the podium and the larger height. you for your attention and we look forward to continue this exciting journey together with Mahara and Government of Maharashtra. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, I think on that note, can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sandeep Maheshwari, COO, Raymond Realty. Well, definitely. So now let's look forward for the next industry presentation by Preeti Devnanani, Director, Probity Software. Can we have a huge round of applause for a very knowledgeable and interesting industry presentation?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Preeti Devnani, Director of Property Software, and I'm thrilled to share that MADA has revolutionized the housing application process. Mm, yeah. May I have your is this audible? May I have your attention? I'd love for you to be just. We're putting up a little skit. Just 2 minutes, ma'am. Just 2 minutes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Point of long hill.
May I have your attention, please? We'd just like to actually show what impact we've created with what we're doing here at Mahada.
अरे काका नहीं झाला इस बार भी नहीं हुआ
दादा, मैंने पिछले बार भी अप्लाई किया था। क्या इस बार का रिजल्ट बता सकते हैं आप?
हर बार सब कुछ वापस करना पड़ता है अप्लाई करने के
भाऊ, मैं हर बार अप्लाई किया हूँ। एक बार आप चेक कर देते तो क्या है, मैं
काका तुमचे सगळे डॉक्युमेंट्स नाही आहे कैसे होगा आपका घर
मुंबई की जमीन पर अपनी छत पाना समुद्रात मोती शोधण्यासारखं आहे। मेरा घर का सपना सपना ही रह जाएगा।
काय झालं बाबा इतनी उदास क्यों
अरे बेटा, कितने साल से अप्लाई कर रहा हूँ घर के लिए, नहीं आता। शायद घर का सपना देखना मेरी औकात से बाहर है।
क्यों चाहिए आपको अपना घर यहाँ है ना आपल्याकडे
क्योंकि बेटा, अपने घर पे राज करना किसी और के महल में गुलामी करने से बेहतर होता है। सोड, तुला काय कळणार? आज तक तूने ठोकरे खाई खाई।
बाबा कहाँ आप ऑनलाइन के जमाने में ठोकर के बात कर रहे हो बाबा PMAY हाउस के लिए अभी हम ऑनलाइन अप्लाई कर सकते हैं वो भी महाड़ा के थ्रू
कुछ भी बोलता है ऑनलाइन।
अरे हो बाबा महाड़ा ने एक ऐसा एप्लीकेशन निकाला है IHLMS वर्जन 2.0 हम लोगों की लाइफ आसान करने के लिए इस ऐप से आप कहीं पर से भी घर के लॉटरी के लिए अप्लाई कर सकते हो सिर्फ आपको कुछ डॉक्यूमेंट्स अपलोड करनी होगी और अगर आप एलिजिबल होते हो तो आपको नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा और जब भी महाड़ा की लॉटरी आने वाली होगी ना आपको खुद ब खुद नोटिफिकेशन आ जाएगा
ये मुझे नहीं समझता है। ये फोन एप्लीकेशन नोटिफिकेशन ये सब मेरे को नहीं समझ में आता।
अरे बाबा बहुत आसान है तुम्हें ऐका तरी आपको ना दरवाजा खटखटाने की ना आदत हो गई है आपको मैं महाड़ा के एप्लीकेशन का दरवाजा दिखाता हूँ
हे माधव, कुठे आणलंयस तू मला? हा, हे काय?
बाबा अपन इस एप्लीकेशन के अंदर आ गए
एप्लीकेशन के अंदर?
बाबा महाड़ा ने घर की लॉटरी और फोन एप्लीकेशन दोनों आसान बना दिए
तो बिल्कुल गर्दी नहीं है।
हो बाबा और कोई लंबी लाइन नहीं होगी आपको एक आईडी बनानी पड़ेगी
आईडी?
हाँ जैसे हम ट्रेन में ट्रैवल करने के लिए आईडी बनाते हैं ना
हाँ।
बिल्कुल वैसे आपको यहाँ पर आने के लिए एक आईडी बनानी पड़ेगी हो बाबा, आता हे बघा, तुमचं आधार कार्ड, पॅन कार्ड और
हाँ
बाकी
ये
के डिटेल्स अपलोड कर दो.
यहाँ पे तो कोई दुकान नहीं दिख रहा है. मी जेरोक्स घेऊन येतो थांब.
अरे बाबा, इसकी जरूरत नहीं है. आपको बस फोटो खींचनी है और अपलोड करनी है, वो समझ जाएंगे.
असं कसं?
हे बघा, आधार कार्ड. बस अभी अप्लाई कर दो.
किधर इधर?
हाँ, हो गया.
हो गया?
हो गया.
अरे अभी तो शुरू किया था.
लॉटरी के लिए अप्लाई करना इतना आसान हो गया, जैसे जोमेटो से बिरयानी मंगवाना है वैसे ही. बाबा, म्हाडा ने सब कुछ आसान कर दिया है. अब से कोई मैनुअल इंटरवेंशन नहीं, कोई सिफारिश नहीं, कोई एक्स्ट्रा पैसा नहीं, और सबसे बड़ी बात पापा, कोई एजेंट का झंझट ही नहीं. बाबा, आपका घर का सपना आपके औकात के बाहर नहीं है, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना का यही सपना है कि हर एक को अपना घर मिले. नहीं हो बाबा, सपने देखने का हक तो सबको होता है.
ए माधव, माधव,
बाबा,
हे बघ, ये नोटिफिकेशन आया है. ये लॉटरी में अपना नाम आया है क्या?
बाबा, आपको घर मिल गया.
मिल गया?
आपका घर हो गया बाबा. मैंने आपसे कहा था ना बाबा कि एप्लीकेशन नहीं, ये हर एक मिडिल क्लास पर्सन का अपना घर पाने का एक नया रास्ता है. आता काय करायचं तुम्ही?
बिरयानी मंगा रहा हूँ जोमेटो से.
तर दोन मागो.
अरे घर तो आने दे पहले. चेहरा
That was just a little bit of an act that we wanted to show you how in real life we've made an impact. And I hope the point is driven. MADA has revolutionized the housing application process, and Property Software is honored to be a part of this execution and implementation. May I have the slide, please? Together, MADA and Property Software took a leap of faith. We embraced technology and created IHLMS, Integrated Housing Lottery Management System, version 2.0, an end-to-end digital solution that has changed the way the citizen of Maharashtra apply for homes under various affordable housing systems. Property software is driven by a vision to empower citizens through technology. With IHLMS 2.0, we've built a system that turns complex government processes into simple, user friendly experiences. It's designed with one goal in mind: to make home ownership accessible and effortless for every citizen. But this achievement wouldn't have been possible without the vision of Mahada and the bold leadership of the Housing Ministry. So let's take a moment to applaud all the real heroes, our real champions, the officers and the employees of Mahada sitting right here. Today, we are witnessing new benchmark in digital governance thanks to all of y'all. Let's look at the old way. The old manual processes was a maze of paperwork, repeated visits, long waits. Today, thanks to IHLMS 2.0, we have brought clarity, efficiency, transparency with no manual intervention. Now, everything happens online, including document verification, payment, and document generation. A call center is also set up for all the queries and help that you need. आपको अपना घर के लिए आपको इवन म्हाडा का दरवाजा नहीं खटखटाना पड़ेगा. You don't even have to miss your day at work and go from one MHADA office to another. What about the impact? Well, big numbers, big impact. It's enormous. We launched in June 2023, and till date, we have put 2,935 tenements up for sale. Registered over 3,70,417 eligible users and processed 5,12,080 applications. Over 4,05,629 applicants paid the booking amounts through our system. These are not these are not just numbers. These are lives that we are changing. These are the number of dreams that have come true. Let's have a round of applause for the number of dreams we've fulfilled of citizens of Maharashtra who are dreaming for a home. One of the most significant achievements that IHLMS 2.0 is achieved that it's speed. What once took over 14 months now just takes over 20 days. Verification is immediate, reducing the process by over 500 days. We've turned a daunting wait into a swift and satisfying experience. Our AI and ML powered system verifies documents instantly using OCR to scan and validate information from multiple government databases. This ensures accuracy and speeds up eligibility check. But it's not just about speed. The financial impact has been profound with 1,375.65 crore collected. Immediate POL generation for eligible winners has been streamlined. Revenue has been collected and improved overall transparency. This data also helps MHADA understand housing demand and plan future projects effectively. Looking ahead, our mission is clear to make home ownership accessible for every citizen in Maharashtra. We are committed to expanding IHLMS 2.0, ensuring that no one is left behind. Together, we are building a future where owning a home is a right and not a privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, IHLMS 2.0 showcases the power of technology to simplify, innovate, and elevate public services. It's a testament of how digital solutions can break down barriers and bring dreams within reach. Thank you for embracing this technology driven future with us and for being a part of this journey towards a smarter and more connected Maharashtra. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being such an innovative presentation and a very thoughtful one, as I must say. Well, let's get going right now. I shall request call for Shri Sanjeev Jaiswal, Vice President and Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Mahara Government of Maharashtra, to please be present on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? Along with Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief, eGov magazine. Can we have both of you on stage? I'll request Sri Ravindran, Mission Director, State Water Mission, Government of Maharashtra, to please accept the memento from us. A huge round of applause for him, and we are very delighted and thankful that you have joined us today. Joining us is Pooja Banerjee, Senior Assistant Editor, eGov Magazine. Thank you for being there. And now I'll call upon our partners who have done a very fabulous and very informative presentation. I'll call upon Harmohan Sahani, CEO Raymond Realty, to please be present on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Calling upon and requesting Mr. Sandeep Maheshwari, COO Raymond Realty, please join us on stage and accept the memento from us. A huge round of applause for Mr. Maheshwari. Very thank you. We're very delighted and a very powerful presentation, I must say. Requesting and calling upon for a very thoughtful and innovative presentation, quickly Devnani, Director, Property Software. Please accept the momentum from us. We're very glad to have you here. Thank you. Huge round of applause for Ms. Devnani. Thank you. Thank you, leaders. Thank you for being there. And of course, another leader we would like to felicitate. I'll call upon Harmohan Sahani, CEO Raymond Reality, on stage and accept the memento from us. Thank you, sir. We are very delighted to have you here. Well, I must say, Raymond Reality truly redefining luxury along with affordable housing. What a great initiative. Thank you. And of course, we all are much anticipating for the Power Pack panel discussion, but that will be happening right after the quick tea break. So I shall see you back in next 10 to 15 minutes. Quickly grab your tea and coffee and be back, as that will be followed by one of the most significant and incredible, and I will vouch for it that it's gonna be a very powerful presentation along with the Power Pack discussions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very warm welcome. I'll request everybody to please be seated as we commence towards the next segment. Like I said, it's going to be one of the most knowledgeable and the power packed presentations, followed by, of course, the panel discussion. Let's get moving today. Well, affordable housing is just not the buzzword, it's the fundamental need that impacts quality of life for millions. Well, in a world where housing costs continue to rise, the challenge to ensure that everyone, regardless of the income level, has access to safe, decent, and affordable housing and is more pressuring than anything else ever. Today, we are here to explore some of the most creative and forward-thinking solutions that addresses this challenge. Well, the topic being innovative strategies for affordable housing, meeting the needs of diverse income groups. And we have a panel of industry experts who shall be sharing their insights with us. Firstly, I shall call upon a very dynamic and the robust personality that he is. Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Sri Sanjeev Jaiswal, Vice President and Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Maharashtra Government of Maharashtra. Along with that, panel looks like a expertise panel who shall be again sharing their valuable inputs. Calling upon Sri Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner, Urban Development and Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, please? Also, along with, I'll call upon Dr. Partha Mishra, Director cum Additional Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Government of Odisha. Very warm welcome, sir. I'll also request and call upon Mr. Jitendra Joshi, Director Probity Software, to join us on the dais. Along with that, I'll call the moderator who shall be guiding and executing this fabulous panel, Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, and editor-in-chief, eGov magazine. Can we have a huge round of applause for this super phenomenal panel right now?
Everyone. Honor and privilege to brought into high. We have a representation of three states here: Maharashtra, Odisha, and Madhya Pradesh, and also having the director of the IT company, Property Software, who is kicked you just now before. So, uh, first of all, I will request the Sanjeev Jaiswal, the Vice President and CEO of MADA, to talk about some of the progress and achievements of the affordable housing scheme in the Maharashtra state, and how it can be a what you call learning for other states.
Thank you, Ravi ji, and welcome to all the panelists present here. Uh, I think it's a very interesting question that you have asked, Ravi ji, that what is the role of MADA as far as affordable housing is concerned, and what are the measures that we take to promote this. So as I said in my inaugural speech today, MADA has a legacy, and like state government was very, I would say, advanced at that time in thinking to have a separate organization or a body for the construction of affordable houses in the state, and especially in Mumbai. Initially, the journey started with the government giving land parcels to MADA, and on those land parcels, MADA used to call for contracts and going for development of buildings, keeping in mind the pricing of it. But over the years, as land has started getting scarce, and there's a paucity of the land that is available for the state government to pass on to MADA, the focus has changed. We're talking about Mumbai specifically. The whole thrust in Mumbai is on redevelopment. When I say redevelopment in Mumbai, it has two components. One component is for the 114 layout, which is owned by MADA and leased to various societies. And the second aspect is about the so-called CES buildings, which basically are dilapidated buildings which are still being housed, but their construction is almost 60, 80, or even 100 years old. With a spree of policies and commitments in the DCPR and the other duty related issues, government has been constantly trying to see that it is very viable for a private developer to come across and take this redevelopment. So when I say viable for a private developer, ultimately as a government organization, our primary focus is to protect the rights of the tenants who are residing there. And even if their existing carpet area is less than 160 square feet or around 180 square feet, as mentioned by Sandeep in his presentation on Raymond's, the square feet that they are giving in terms of the rehabilitation is as good as 560. That is the case everywhere. So on the 33.5 now, as a thumb rule, no one gets less than 508 square feet. And for the rehabilitation of the CES buildings, which is governed by my colleague, Mr. Shumbarkar, who is heading the repair board, no one gets an allotment of less than 300 square feet. This is the bare minimum. Thereafter, there are certain incentives that is given. So under 33.7 redevelopment, apart from the basic area which I mentioned of, there is an incentive of 5%, 8%, and 15%, which is given if it is one building or more, two buildings or more than five buildings. Similarly, we have also a concept whereby plot size is also a factor for getting an added incentive. Third is what we have in the state is we have a calculation that is made whereby the ratio in terms of the land rate and the rate of construction. Based on that ratio, another percentage is passed on to the tenant or the people staying in the society. So it's a win-win situation. People staying in dilapidated buildings or people staying in buildings which need to be redeveloped do not have the means of redevelopment on their own. So they are, compensated by giving a better house with much better amenities for higher carpet area, which makes them come forward going for this project. And second is that because of the increase in FSI which has been given, so like again as I mentioned, in the 33.5, the basic FSI is 3, but if the plot area is more than 4,000 square meters or and emitting an 18-meter wide road, then they are entitled to a 4 FSI. Similarly, for the redevelopment of the CES buildings, the basic FSI is 3, but supposedly the rehab component is more than 3. Then the incentive is in such a way that practically the FSI that is consumed at times goes up to as high as 7 or 8. So we see a change. A lot of private developers are coming forward. Very big names in the real estate are coming forward and going in for projects under redevelopment under both the segment. And one reason which I foresee for most of the private players to play a very proactive role is also the fact that Mumbai being a landlocked city, there's a constraint of land, and the only solution as far as the future is concerned for affordable housing would be a vertical growth. And at the same time, MADA as a state government organization, our responsibility is to see that it is within the affordability limits of the people, especially in the category of EWS, which is the economically weaker section, and LIG, that is the lower income. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think it just applaud that he has highlighted the various constraints which Mumbai has because of being a landlocked city. And has talked about the collaboration between the government and the private sector, and also about the vertical growth and the FSI, which has got relaxed over the years. So, if I we have the speakers from Odisha, if you can highlight about your experience in affordable housing, Mr. Dr. Santi Mishra, IS, who is our Director cum Additional Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Government of India. Over to you.
Uh, a very good afternoon, all my esteemed panelists over here, of the DAS, all the guests over here. I'm Dr. Parthasati Mishra. I am uh, Odisha cadre. I am here to one of the best practices on housing. So I think that is one of the role models that we have in the country. I thought a brief 2-3 lines on how Odisha has been adopting affordable housing, that you can judge how we have been doing it. Before that, I would rather quote Matthew Desmond, famous American sociologist. He says housing is essential for every human development. Housing is dignity. Housing is stability. Without housing, the entire ecology of life fails. So housing has become so very important for all of us, wherever we stay here. It has become one of the most palpable reality where we all officers we face every day. Looking at the Odisha's scenario, let me tell you that when MAY came, Odisha is one of the first state in 2015-16. We have adopted two very ambitious policies, and accordingly, the entire plan is one is called Awas, the other is called the Jaga Mission. Awas is one Odisha urban housing development policy where we have the first was the biggest challenge was how best we can identify the identification of the urban poor or the economically poor people. That was the biggest challenge for us because as you know that there are many influx from other states, other countries also from Bangladesh and all. It was a very great challenge for all of us who are in governance that how best we can identify our people who will be the beneficiaries. The first article of this policy was beneficiary-led construction. Wherever the slums were there, we thought that there was a huge land constraint in urban areas. Particularly in Bhubaneswar, I'm telling you, there are 30,000 government lands have been encroached. This is a statement of last 2 days back by the urban minister. So, lot of slums, 50% of them are all these slum areas. So the idea was that in city, these slums will need to develop. So first of all, we thought that let these slum dwellers so that they can have the construction of the houses by the government support. So that is one very ambitious thing we have implemented. And we will not believe out of the 4 lakhs 30,000 houses planned, 70% have been done. That is a great achievement. The second important thing is the PPP mode. Odisha is the one state, first state in fact in the entire country to adopt this PPP mode on affordable housing. And RERA was first instituted, and it has been there was a task force which was headed by our chief secretary, the convener was the urban secretary, and it was a massive effort and finally we had that help. That is one achievement we had. So now that committee has become a consortium where builders have been involved. The entire government machinery is also involved. They have been assigned this work. And for this, the entire study of all this, the IFC, International Finance Corporation of World Bank has been released, and their report and evidence, we have it done. The third thing which is important is on the Jaga mission. Jaga mission is a comprehensive development program by government of Odisha, where the government of Odisha, we want that just order to develop the affordable housing, we want, and it's a comprehensive program where there could be public road, the electricity, hygienic, the all other verticals of a human's development can be clubbed together. So all the policies of government have been dovetailed in this Jaga mission. So we have a separate wing for this Jaga mission approach, and you will. I am happy to announce that for these two programs, government Bhubaneswar has become the number one smart city in the entire country for 2020, 21, and 21-22. It has been declared number one smart city in the entire country. So what I want to say that if you adopt a policy which is pragmatic, we have a lot of challenges as well. We have a lot of challenges. We had a lot of issues as well, lot of court cases, lot of other pressures. But still then, we have navigated our policies and program in such a manner that we could come out. So it is this humble request to all the programs that policy and programs they are there if we do not apply our own way of executing. That is how best we can do it. So it is one of the best practices in the country. And Maharashtra is a big state. Maharashtra has a lot of developmental models, a lot of affordable housing thing. So our practice that involving all the stakeholders, bringing them under one umbrella, making them convinced, and achieving all the targets in a given time within the time schedule, work schedule has been given very, very in a fixed manner. So I hope with this note I will end. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the landmark development which is happening in Odisha. You explained this whole situation, and I think it can inspire other states also. Uh, Let me request our next speaker from Mr. Sanjeev Rao Jade, who's a rights officer, who is the additional commissioner of urban development and housing department of government of MP. So, if you can speak about some of the affordable housing initiatives and other initiatives also.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you, MADA, Elect, and Raymond Reality to give me the opportunity to have a cross learning in housing sector. मैं एक मध्य प्रदेश का एक ओवरऑल अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग का पिक्चर आपके सामने बताना चाहूँगा एंड हाउ एमपी did some things differently so that it has become the top performing states in India in affordable housing sector. प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना अर्बन एमपी की अगर बात करें तो 2011 की सेंसस के हिसाब से लगभग इसकी पॉपुलेशन 7 CR है 9 करोड़ एंड अर्बन पॉपुलेशन अगर माने तो लगभग उसका 30%। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना अर्बन के माध्यम से हमने लगभग 24% अर्बन हाउसहोल्ड को प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना से लाभान्वित किया है। MP has been the second largest state after Andhra Pradesh, who has given 31% of urban household affordable housing. MP ने लगभग 24% हाउसहोल्ड के साथ लगभग 1.5 से 2 करोड़ लोगों को इसका लाभ दिया। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना अर्बन के विभिन्न जो वर्टिकल्स है, जैसे अभी प्रीवियस स्पीकर ने बताया कि बेनिफिशियरी लेड कंस्ट्रक्शन, अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग इन पार्टनरशिप एंड क्रेडिट लिंक सब्सिडी स्कीम, ये तीनों मतलब वर्टिकल्स में मध्य प्रदेश ने वर्क किया है। मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी है कि लगभग 9.5 लाख घर मध्य प्रदेश में सैंक्शन इस तीनों वर्टिकल्स के अंदर और अभी फिलहाल में 85% हाउस कंप्लीटेड। चैलेंजेस है अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग ने आपने प्रीवियस इंट्रोडक्टरी सेशन में भी देखा कि सबसे क्रूशियल इशू है लैंड, अफोर्डेबल लैंड। तो मध्य प्रदेश में इसमें एक जो चीज की है कि उनका एक 1984 की पॉलिसी है, 2023 की पॉलिसी है कि अगर कोई परिवार उस आबादी क्षेत्र में 2 सालों से रह रहा है विद मिनिमम प्रीमियम वी कैन गिव देम आवासीय भूअधिकार पट्टा। सेकेंडली इन affordable housing in partnership projects, government has given free land for that projects. लगभग पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में 79 प्रोजेक्ट्स अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग इन पार्टनरशिप में चल रहा है, जिसमें लगभग 50,000 घर बन रहे हैं और अभी लगभग 36,000 घर उसमें कंप्लीट है। तो जो एक लैंड का इशू था, गवर्नमेंट ने उसको अपने ऊपर लेते हुए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लैंड देने पे ज़्यादा फोकस किया। सेकेंडली, इन अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग इन पार्टनरशिप में बेनिफिशियरीज को 2 कैटेगरी में किया है कि एक स्लम कैटेगरी है और एक नॉन स्लम कैटेगरी। स्लम कैटेगरी को हितग्राही को उन्होंने अपार्ट फ्रॉम द सेंट्रल सब्सिडी एंड स्टेट सब्सिडी जो 1.5 लाख रुपए है, उनका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है, हितग्राही का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है उसको 2 लाख रुपए से कैप कैप कर दिया। मतलब हितग्राही को उससे ज़्यादा रुपए देना नहीं पड़ेगा। तो इट हैज़ बिकम अफोर्डेबल फॉर ईडब्ल्यूएस बेनिफिशियरीज, बीपीएल बेनिफिशियरीज। And apart from slum beneficiaries, the non-slum beneficiaries है, उनको भी अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग के रूप में जो सब्सिडी तो है ही 3 लाख की, बट जैसे फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लैंड से उनके जो 1-2 लाख रुपए बचते हैं वो, सेकेंडली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो कॉस्ट बचता है, एंड एक क्रॉस सब्सिडी का भी एक मैं आगे बताऊंगा, एक क्रॉस सब्सिडी का भी कंपोनेंट है, जिससे उनका हाउस लगभग 5-6 लाख या एवरेज 7 से 8 लाख रुपए में उनको एक अच्छा आवास मिलता है। क्रॉस सब्सिडी मॉडल में बारे में बताना चाहूंगा कि गवर्नमेंट ने क्योंकि फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लैंड दी है, वहाँ पे एक इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ इंश्योर करने के लिए उन्होंने ईडब्ल्यूएस के साथ साथ एलआईजी, एमआईजी, एचआईजी की भी फ्लैट्स वहाँ पे बनाए हैं और साथ साथ में वहाँ पे कमर्शियल डेवलपमेंट के हिसाब से शॉप्स भी वहाँ पे बनाए हैं। तो बेसिकली ये जो एलआईजी, एमआईजी, एचआईजी एंड शॉप्स जो है, उनसे जो प्रॉफिट आता है उससे क्रॉस सब्सिडी की है ईडब्ल्यूएस बेनिफिशियरीज के हाउस होल्ड। तो एक इनोवेटिव फाइनेंसिंग मैकेनिज्म है जो एमपी ने अपनाया है। इसके अलावा एक एडिशनल सब्सिडी जो कंस्ट्रक्शन लेबर्स हैं हमारे, तो उनको एक सेपरेट स्कीम से एडिशनल एएचपी के घटक में 1 लाख रुपए तक का अनुदान उसमें दिया जाता है। एक और इनिशिएटिव जो किया है मध्य प्रदेश शासन ने कि एक ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट बिटवीन बैंक, हितग्राही और गवर्नमेंट, दैट अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, ये एक इनोवेटिव मैकेनिज्म उन्होंने डेवलप किया है, जिसमें अर्बन लोकल बॉडी विल बी द गारंटर फॉर द लोन। बैंक्स हमेशा एक कोलैटरल और गारंटी चाहती है कि हमारा लोन रिपे हो, बट बहुत बार इन हितग्राहियों का सिविल स्कोर हो या इनके पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन वो नहीं रहता है, तो इसलिए एक ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट इन तीनों स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ किया जाता है, जिससे उनको लोन इजीली मिल जाता है। तो दैट इनिशिएटिव इज आल्सो देयर। सेकेंडली, एक कन्वर्जेंस जो आप मतलब गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स का है, जैसे अमृत मिशन है, एसबीएम है, मुख्यमंत्री अधोसंरचना योजना वाला वहाँ पे स्कीम चलता है, कायाकल्प योजना चलती है। तो इन सारे स्कीम से इन प्रोजेक्ट्स में कैसे हम एक सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दे सकते हैं, इस पे भी उसमें ध्यान दिया गया है। आखिरी में एक इनोवेटिव जो कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजीज है, आपने एक इंदौर लाइट हाउस प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में सभी ने सुना होगा। वहाँ पे लगभग 1000 फैमिलीज के लिए प्री फैब्रिकेटेड सैंडविच पैनल जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसके माध्यम से एक टावर्स वहाँ पे बनाए गए हैं। तो इनोवेशंस को भी यहाँ पे बढ़ावा दिया गया है। तो इन सब इनिशिएटिव्स की वजह से मध्य प्रदेश हैज बीन द टॉप 5 परफॉर्मिंग स्टेट इन प्रधानमंत्री आवास अर्बन योजना। अगेन I would like to thank you, Elets, for giving me the opportunity to share the Madhya Pradesh experience with you. Thank you.
Great experience, great sharing. I think each of the state has unique approaches to this affordable housing based on their own socio-economic and other land-related issues. Now, we have on the panel here a representative from the IT industry. Property software is here, and I will request them to speak about what are the opportunities for IT industry to speed up or make the housing sector easier to access by the common man. So, Jitendra Joshi, who is the director of property, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Elets Mada for giving us this opportunity and honor to be part of this panel. Uh, so I am looking at affordable housing from the perspective of providing IT solution to make the whole thing work smoothly and in a most effective way. So when we look at the challenge of providing an IT solution or doing IT intervention for affordable housing, there are two aspects of it. So the first aspect is the authority or the housing body who is providing those houses to the urban poor, or so to say. And the second party or second aspect of this uh, this group is as are the beneficiaries or the citizens who are aspiring to have houses in a city like Mumbai, which is like their lifetime dream. Uh, so then we look at it as what are the two important things for each of them. So from the housing authority perspective, they need to make sure the beneficiaries are identified in the best possible way. The person who is receiving house is the duly eligible and a genuine buyer. So the government money should not go waste. And from the buyer's perspective, uh, the whatever the platform is there, it should be transparent. It should be easy to use. So ease of using or usability is the most important point from the buyer's point of view. So buyer and seller. So it is like providing a marketplace for buyer and seller. And while developing the application, we have considered these two factors. So when we look at it from the authority point of view, we made sure that the eligibility verification is the most effective. So what we have done is we have integrated with all the various government databases to uh, to authenticate and authorize the person who is applying for loan. So we have integrated with income tax department for verifying their income eligibility. We have integrated with caste certifying bodies to verify their caste certificate eligibility for their caste. We have integrated with domicile certificate database to ensure that the buyer who is applying is eligible. And from the buyer's point of view, when they use the application, when they use the platform, it should be so easy that it is like ordering a biryani on Zomato. So what we have done is we have minimized their data entry. So all the application is mobile first application, and the data entry things are minimized. And what we have done is we have only allowed them to take photographs of their documents, and then system using the AI and ML inside identifies and verifies the authenticity and eligibility of the applicant, and only eligible applicants are allowed to participate in the draw. So that made them made the system user friendly, and on the other hand, for the housing authority, it is most efficient for ensuring the eligibility. So now this is what we have done already with MADA. What you have seen a presentation earlier. What we are trying to do is from the housing authority, we are trying to bring in blockchain, integrate other government departments to make the entire process seamless. So, for example, uh, when the person goes for registration, it should be a smart contract that they are signing with the authorities like IGR, and their registration gets seamlessly processed. And from the buyer's point of view, they should get an application or get an interface which is like talking to their phone. So, like you talk to Siri in Apple phone, they should be talking to the application, and application should be responding them in a virtual assistant manner. So, this is what we are trying to innovate going forward. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I think everyone remembers the skit which was shown by the that how the users are impacted when technology is used. Each of getting a house becomes so much. So let me request each of the speakers to talk about the role of public-private partnership and what are the challenges. And I think each of the states have different challenges because of like their own issues. So let me request explain Maharashtra.
So you see, Ravi ji, Maharashtra has been a pioneer state as far as PPP models are concerned in the housing sector. If I were to list all the projects which are being done in this model, I think I would be eating up on the whole day for the panel discussion. Just to give a brief about it, let's start from Mumbai. So Mumbai, some of the mega projects that are happening right now, for example, even the PPP redevelopment or the Kamatipura redevelopment which will take place, Abhyuday Nagar which is in the pipeline, Adarsh Nagar, GTV Nagar, even the Gandhi Nagar layout. So typically it is a PPP model only, but the only difference is that here there is also a third party, which is the original tenants or the people who are staying there. That is one. Number two is that as far as housing across Maharashtra is concerned, then we have had a lot of JV policies executed by MADA or the local urban authorities, whether it is the municipal corporation. And in Maharashtra specifically, we have a separate housing board, which is called Maha Housing, which primarily goes into a JV model of redevelopment or fresh greenfield projects, whereby private player, government, and ultimately the beneficiary. So this is very well set here. Now, the challenge in this is that all these projects take a lot of time, especially if it's a greenfield project. And if it is a brownfield project, then there is the gestation period for the project to start off is at least 2 years to get the land vacated, to get them shifted, to come to an amicable deal as far as what is the rent to be paid because that much of transit accommodations are not available, and limited, again, the related issues of permission, clearances, and so on. So somehow, because land as a purchase factor is something which is not financed institutionally. So the initial capital which is stuck up on the point of if I see from the developer's point of view, and thereon, the first return that they can expect is when they start the free sale booking, which is again linked up to completion of the rehab in the same proportion. So this makes the cash flow little difficult. So this is one second aspect which I would like to highlight as far as Mumbai specifically is concerned. Coming back to PMAY, as mentioned by my esteemed colleagues from Orissa and Madhya Pradesh, I would be honest to say that Maharashtra has done good with PMAY, but maybe it was not as good as expected. In terms of figures, we also had almost 12 lakh houses, out of which 6.5 lakh houses is in the CLSS model scheme. And under the various components of PLC, HP, and we also have something called AHP, PPP, and JV model. Roughly around 4.5 lakh houses are going to be constructed. A lot of them have been completed. But one major reason as to why the HP model or the PPP model, as far as PMAY is concerned, could not really take off in Maharashtra is because we have had a revision as far as the development control rules are concerned. So initially, like Mumbai has its own DCPR, and for the whole of the state, every corporation had its own DCR, and for the remaining, things, the regional plan is to prevail. Government thought that we should bring a uniformity, so barring PMRDA, which is the Pune Metropolitan Regional Development Authority, all the other places now are covered under the provisions of UDCPR 2020. Now, what has happened is that if you see the zonal FSI, the basic FSI which is available, which could vary from 1 to 1.1 or 1.2, and our policies also allow for taking FSI on a premium payment basis and take on more FSI by purchasing TDR. So under PMAY, the FSI that you get is 2.5, and if it's a green light, then it's 1. But without taking the benefit of PMAY, if I was just to say the base FSI plus the FSI on premium and the FSI which can be taken through TDR, it has a cost that ranges anywhere between 2.2 to 2.8. Then the question that comes on the mind of the private player is that supposedly I can get 2.2 or 2.8 obviously at payment of something news or buying of the TDR, then why should I bring in a cost cap as far as my selling price is concerned? So this is a big challenge that we are trying to tackle now that the government of India has announced the PMAY version 2. We are trying to work on more on JV schemes to make it equally attractive to the private players come forth under PMAY schemes or this such housing schemes. And before I conclude on this particular point, I'm happy to say that one of the biggest PMAY projects in the country has been successfully executed in Maharashtra through MADA. And the Raynagar project in Sholapur, which was basically designed for the absolutely economically downtrodden BD Kamgars, the BD workers who have been given houses under 5 lakh per unit. And this project was for 30,000 houses, one single year, where the infrastructure, cost, and the services have been provided by MADA in terms of water supply, sewerage, road, electrification, stormwater drainage, and so on. And as we speak, in the month of January, in the month of February, the Honorable Prime Minister was himself here to hand over the 15,000 keys to the beneficiary. And the remaining 15,000 beneficiaries, we are expecting to hand over the keys by March or June latest next year. Thank you.
uh, questions into that it's also hub of one of the most expensive real estate in the country. So every day we are like just seeing announces in the 50 crore flat, 100 crore flats and stuff like that. So there is a huge what do you call anomaly between affordable housing and premium housing. So as a housing department, what is the vision to uh, uh, what do you call it, keep the housing accessible?
You have hit upon a very touching issue as far as Mumbai is concerned. It's a fact that the prices of the housing units in Mumbai is very high. As I mentioned in the earlier part, that the affordability index of Mumbai is around 51 in 2023. The good thing is that it was 53 in 2022. And if I were to speak about the affordability index way back in 2010, it was around 93. Pre-pandemic, that is in 2019, it was around 67. So from almost 93 in 2010, we have come down to 51, but yet it is very high than the national average, which is around 30. And that is what the guidance of the housing department says. Second aspect is, as per the definition of RBI, affordable housing pricing as far as Mumbai is concerned is 65 lakh. I'm happy to say that the houses that are constructed by MADA in Mumbai also, in the category of EWS and LIP, the price ranges anywhere between 30 to 60 or 70 lakhs on an average. So that's the reason as to why, the number of applicants that we receive in our online lottery is many a times more than the number of houses which are being allotted. To just give you an example, right now, the Mumbai board lottery is live. And for 2,000 odd houses, we have already received more than 60,000 applications. 6 months back, we had another round of Mumbai board where for 4,000 houses, we received almost 1,20,000 plus applications. So MADA houses are definitely very much affordable. The concern is for the affordable housing which is made available through the private sector. The silver lining is that if all the redevelopment projects, whether it is the almost 2.25 lakh dwelling units which are in the 114 layouts, or the roughly 2 to 3 lakh dwelling units which are there in the CES buildings, in the next 10 years or 15 years, if all this go for redevelopment, apart from rehabilitating the original tenants out there, this is also going to bring out in the open market roughly 8 to 10 lakh houses for sale. Now, when I say 8 to 10 lakh houses for sale, if the supply would be so high, then definitely the equilibrium of pricing would have a slight positive impact as far as the costing is concerned. Second is, if you see Mumbai, you see it's a landlocked city. The services are already very strained. It's almost on the verge of not being able to absorb more. Every day we have hordes of people coming in the city. Slums are there. We have to be rehabilitated. And as a government organization, our priority or our focus is to provide affordable housing to the commonest of the citizen, to the person who has an income in the range of 6 to 9 lakhs or even around below 10 lakhs. There are certain issues pertaining to the real estate sector, especially in terms of certain demands of theirs that for affordable housing, if the GST can be waived, which is almost 5% of that, and also the stamp duty. So for MADA housing under PMAY, we take a stamp duty of only 1,000 rupees. But for them again, the stamp duty is 5%, and then there's an add-on of a metro cess, which is another 1%. So straight GST and the stamp duty and the metro cess can be reversed. Maybe a 10% reduction can be in the offering. So that is one aspect which is being, very deliberately being considered by the state government and is being pursued with the central government for a policy change in this regard. But I, as a VP MADA, I personally feel that there wouldn't be, I would say, a very high price reduction in the coming years, but definitely there would be a curb as far as the rise in prices are concerned, especially in the sector of affordable housing. And because we are determined to provide absolute affordable housing to the poorest of the poor, and there's another organization by the name of SRA, which is the Slum Rehabilitation Authority, which is headed by another officer under the housing department, and with the vision of like trying to make Mumbai slum free, and a lot of models are being worked by the take over the stalled projects or the projects which could not take off. I see to it that a lot of housing stock will come to Mumbai in the next 10 to 15 years. And just before I conclude, one last point I would like to mention that recently the state government has done an amendment as far as the MADA Act is concerned. So we did not, for the redevelopment proposals, we did not have any enabling provision. It was all dependent on the society or the landowner to submit a proposal. And if the proposal was not submitted, MADA had no power to ensure that the proposal comes through. So with this amendment of 79A, which is the landmark amendment, uh, you know, MADA now has been given the right to declare a building dilapidated. And once it is done, then after the mandatory period of 3 months, the landowner has the right to submit a proposal for within 6 months. If he or she is unable to do so, the tenant gets this right for the next 6 months. And if neither are able to do so, then this right of appointing a developer or going in for the redevelopment comes to market. So this was never there. This is the first time that an enabling provision has been made in that. Similarly, for projects which were sanctioned but had taken off but was stalled for various reasons, there was no major provision within MADA to see to it that it can issue a stop work or cancel the NOC, and most importantly, take over the redevelopment project. So this amendment has been carried forth in 91A, and I'm happy to say that roughly notices under more than 850 notices have been issued under 79A, and almost 60 plus notices have been issued under 91A. Last but not the least, related, I'm extending my time limit, is the issue that one of the major lacuna was that the landowners always had a resistance when it came to forceful acquisition of the land, because the compensation that was paid to them was very minuscule. So it was just, as per the provisions of the Act 1993, it was only 100 times of the rent, which is nothing. The rent was already freezed under the Rent Control Act. There are disputes going on. So every time the forceful acquisition take place, people used to go to the court, there used to be litigation. Now with this amendment, a very positive change has been made whereby 25% of the revenue value or 15% value of the free sale area, whichever is higher, is to be compensated to the landowner. So in the current scenario, if I just put a gist, the basic issue of land compensation has been sorted. The second issue of giving an enabling provision to MADA to call for proposals for redevelopment has been resolved. And thirdly, a provision which empowers MADA to take over these all projects has been made. So we are also trying to make a roadmap to see to it that at least the CES, almost the 13,000 odd CES buildings in the island city of Mumbai come in for redevelopment in the next 10 to 15 years. And believe me, Raviji, if this happens, it's going to be a game changer as far as the skyline of Mumbai is concerned. And it would definitely provide a big impetus to affordable housing, especially in the category of EWS and LIG for the downtrodden and the poor citizens. Thank you.
A lot of vision and reforms I think are happening in this housing sector in Maharashtra. And also, kudos to the dynamic leadership of this government, which is like we are taking all these steps, and I think these steps will also inspire that other states who are facing similar issues, they can adopt these lessons and ideas from here. So let me request to talk about role of the private sector in the development of housing sector in your state, and how is the government and private sector collaboration?
Thank you, Raviji. In the first phase of Pradhan Mantri Awas, there was no scope of PPP mode. But government 2 years back, through redevelopment and redesignation policy, has started to monetize the government land, which were present in all the cities in abundant manner because in Madhya Pradesh, land is not the issue as of now. So under this policy, in public-private partnership, government lease out the land to the private developer, and in exchange, develop some, like, for example, in government set of offices were developed, in some cities, colleges were developed, in some cities, houses were developed. So in that mode, Madhya Pradesh government is trying to leverage the advantage of land. Secondly, policy matter is in pipeline for affordable housing in Pradhan Mantri Awas second phase because it has been made a vertical under Pradhan Mantri Awas Urban second phase by central government only that you have to implement it in public-private partnership. So a policy is in pipeline, and I think with the cross learning from Maharashtra, Odisha, a good policy would be developed in the near future, and we would be able to rope in the private players all across the country to invest in Madhya Pradesh. Thank you.
Fantastic. And let us hear from Odisha. We can talk about collaboration between the government and the private sector.
Thank you, Ravi. As I told you that state of Odisha is one of the family parts which captured the spirit of PMAY in 2000, back in 2015-16. This PPP mode we brought in. Now the biggest question was that how to bring them under one umbrella because no builder will come immediately that for the affordable housing they will always calculate it. So we thought that let's have a complete all the stakeholders will come under one umbrella, debate, discuss, and come to. So we involved, as I told you that international finance corporation like World Bank gave them the charge of doing a consortium where uh, the the government led by the General Administration Department and Urban Development. We have one department, Urban and Housing Department, one department there. And the Housing Corporation was also there. And secondly, we involved RERA because we thought that if you want to bring the builders under your fold, let the RERA be involved. So RERA was the first, in fact, constituted in Odisha, and we involved them. Thirdly, we also involved the Builders Association because they also have a lot of hesitancy to come and participate in that. We also involved them. Then we also involved the Provincial Development Authority, all the financial institutions, whoever are the banks, the cooperatives, and all the. So everybody was there. After a lot of sessions, brainstorming sessions, lot of inviting objections, we finally come to a policy decision. So now this, as per this policy decision, the lands is to be given by the Bhubaneswar Development Authority. And in Bhubaneswar city, we have lands owned by General Administration Department, which has given leased land to BA, Bhubaneswar Development Authority, as well as Municipal Corporation. They also, two things, they also allot lands. So the lands will be given to them, to the builders, we also had an open tender where the builders participated, voting on their subsidy and all we have decided. It's a very transparent way of decision. So this and as far as the in Maharashtra also, we have a single window concept where all the applications and everything, all plan approvals, everything under one go it is being approved. But we have still have a lot of challenges. For one, for example, supposing beneficiaries, the beneficiaries normally want to stay where their traditional profession is there. So they will not go away from the city. And in the city, we have a lot of constraint of lands. So if they go 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers away from the city, our experience is they will never go there. Again, they will here and there. Either they sell it or they will put it on rent. So that was not our motto. Actually. We want that these houses, wherever they are, let it be developed in situ. But that vertical part, that we have decided, and we have already inaugurated 9 vertical very high-rise buildings in Bhubaneswar. These are all by BDA and Housing Board. They have done it. So the beneficiaries, initial apprehensions of the builders, as the from the Maharashtra said, government become a guarantor. Government remained a guarantor so that that there will be no crisis of confidence among the builders, among the other parties or beneficiaries. Everybody should be under, they shouldn't have any confusion. Apart from this, this is all policy decisions. Secondly, we wanted that how this is because we need a constant monitoring. Because the projects once announced, once it is grounded, it also have a lot of hurdles. Plan approval, then encroachments, then legal cases, compensation issues, huge things are coming up. So we thought that there has to be a complete monitoring system where from different departments, all concerned departments, they were also there. So they also have to be a quarterly report to us so that the monitoring is there. Then there is also social auditing also done by a third party. We have already outsourced this third party. They make social auditing of all this. So the whole idea is that the policy is good. In fact, Odisha got the in the under PMAY, it got the best policy, best state have a innovative policy initiative in 2021. But by taking a by adopting a policy doesn't make it has to be grounded in time. So the time should exceed the time schedule, whatever whatever the so that's how the monitoring committee is done. Fortunately, the government of Odisha has very strong things like chief secretary, chairman, and couple of secretaries, the finance secretary, the other secretary, the public interest department secretary, all the couple of secretaries are there to monitor. A lot of engineers are there to monitor. A lot of financial people are also involved. So it's a very comprehensive group, and the report is submitted every time, and every 3 months it is placed before the government for decision and the review by the chief minister. So that is what I'm telling you that the policy we have adopted is a unique policy, good policy. But for longer we had some issues. The monitoring system, social auditing thing, the report has to be constantly coming. So we are at least on the backup phase. I think come up, I mean, 50% are already grounded very, very comfortably, but there are some issues. We're addressing them, and we are constantly doing it, constantly developing the PMAY 1 and both of them, and we have been very, very carefully designing and updating ourselves. Updating us, we are keeping organic pace with change of technology and time because then AI has come. A lot of things have been comfortable, like a digital platform has come up. So things will get easy for them. Thank you very much.
Excellent inputs and request of transition IT industry. We talk about the role of public-private partnerships, and specifically like you are worked in the IT sector. So, like your collaboration with the government and how these collaborations enhance the overall productivity and accessibility.
So, thank you very much. Public-private partnership from IT perspective is very limited because if you see for the housing sector, I mean, so if you see PPP for housing by real estate player is very logical step to do, and it's just a matter of having the math right in place, and then it can take off. But for IT perspective, it still is doable. So we have a couple of cases where we are charging some fees directly to the citizen, which they may be paying, and then in that case, we the authority would get the IT technology free of cost, and the citizen benefits from the latest technology. So this could be a way of doing PPP for the IT sector, so to say.
Before we conclude, I just forgot to mention one point. You see, over the years, MADA was being a facilitator between the private developer and the residents. Apart from being a contractor in the sense of appointing contractors for construction of houses on its own land. In the last 6 months or 1 year, there has been a slight change as far as the objective is concerned. And like two projects which I can mention of, which are going to be very iconic projects, a game changer again as far as Mumbai is concerned, is where MADA has stepped in as a developer. So instead of conventional way, we have stepped in as a developer and we are appointing vendors for the construction of the house. So one classic example is the erstwhile what is called a BDD chawl, which spreads across almost 92 acres in Mumbai in three prime locations. And the only the residential tenements which has been rehabilitated for people who are having a holding of 160 square feet to free of cost 500 square feet houses. And most of the houses will be having a sea-facing view. Out of this 16,000 odd houses in three locations, the actual construction of 6,000 plus houses have been started, and we are targeting the first delivery of the houses somewhere in March or June 2025. So this is something which is a new role that MADA is stepping into. Second similar project which I would like to mention about is the very legacy of disputes and fights going on in the courts, that is the Chol. But not going into the past history of the legacy, now MADA is stepping in this layout also, which is almost again another 30 to 40 acres, wherein for the remaining plots which are in our possession or which are expected to come in our possession, we come in as a developer. We have just floated the bids for the appointment of a contractor, and the same pattern will be followed. So, in short, we are continuously evolving upon our role with the realization that land not being available, whatever is the existing land, how can we promote vertical redevelopment and at the same time ensure that the costing remains within control. To speak about the state, like there is also a special planning authority for a district next to Nagpur, that is called Chandrapur, and a new Chandrapur is there with almost 1,300 odd hectares land. That is the special planning authority. We're working on that also to see to it that a small township comes forth. And the government of Maharashtra's focus now is to see that with the enhancement in the connectivity in the MMR region, that is the Mumbai metropolitan region, especially with the Atal Setu, coastal road, the expansion of the coastal road further to Versova and thereon, and the multimodal corridor, and even the inland water transport. So government is now focusing on seeing that if we can have other magnets in terms of city potential in the vicinity and periphery of Mumbai. And over the last few years, if you see the number of construction which are taking place in cities like Thane, Bhiwandi, Kalyan, Mirabandar, Navi Mumbai, it is unprecedented. And with so much of a housing hub coming across under greenfield projects and in Mumbai as a brownfield project, in the next 10, 15 years, this whole MMR region will present an entirely different picture when it comes to the national scenario and even at the international scenario. Thank you.
Uh, we had an interesting panel here and a lot of new has thoughts very much. So thank all our esteemed panelists for joining in. And we will end the session here. Before we end it, I will request our actor to make some announcements.
Oh, I think, can we have a huge round of applause for all the industry leaders? Well, truly, their work have transformed countless lives and providing homes, creating communities that are both inclusive and, of course, sustainable. Well, let's move ahead and request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please come forward for participating expertise panel out here one by one. I'll request and call upon Sri Sanjeev Jaiswal, Vice President and Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra, Housing and Area Development Authority, Mahara, Government of Maharashtra, to please accept the memento. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. Your guidance is truly appreciated. Along with that, I'll request and call upon Sri Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner, Urban Development and Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Yeah, but can we have a huge round of applause? Very, very valuable input from your end, sir. I'll request Dr. Parthasarthi Mishra, Director cum Additional Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Government of Odisha, to accept the memento from us. Thank you so much, sir. I shall request Mr. Jitendra Joshi, Director Property Software, to accept the memento from us. A very thoughtful and very valuable insights from you as well. I'll request everyone with the mementos and the magazine for a group picture. All the leaders. I think for such a power-packed panel discussions, we should have a zealful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Their insights were really, really thoughtful, and we deeply appreciate their expertise and vision that they brought into this discussion today. So thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's a time to move to the next session. Also, we have a lineup of more powerful discussions coming up, but yes, the presentation is going to take place. Another very knowledgeable and very insightful industry presentation to be held by Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head, Avas Financiers Limited, along with Selvin Uthman, Chief Business Officer, Avas Financials Limited. Well, I must say, a very fabulous gathering of everybody. Well, we're very glad and very delighted to have each one of you here. And as you can see, the experts panel brings in so much of expertise, vision, and their expertise suggestions to us. And that makes this moment definitely very, very special. We're very delighted with all the honorable ministers for joining us today, showing us the pathway. And of course, like I said, this is going to be one of the most knowledgeable and a very productive day today. We look forward for such associations, and a special thanks to Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, MARA, for such a brilliant initiative. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's going for the industry presentation happening in calling and inviting Rajiv Johnson, vertical head of Avas Financiaries Limited, along with Selvin Uthman, Chief Business Officer of Avas Financiaries Limited. Over to both of you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Uh, so, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. My name is Rajiv, and I'm here on behalf of Avas Financials to give a snippet about what Avas has been doing and how we have been a partner towards the growth of the affordable housing segment. I'm delighted to have my senior management colleague, Mr. Selvin, with me, who would just like to introduce things which we have been doing in Avas, and then we can discuss and have a short presentation of the things which we have been doing. Over to you, Selvin.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, we will not take much time, just 10 to 15 minutes. So, because we want to be part of your success. Okay. So, to introduce ours, we are into purely affordable business. Okay. So, we are into this since 2011. Okay. And the more focus of our company is into underserved and unserved customers. Okay. So, and if you see our book size, which is around 18,000 crores book size, out of which 80% of the customers are purely affordable. Okay, and our presence is around 2,500 towns. We are already present, and we are present around 13 states. Okay, and more than 350 districts we are present. Okay, and I'm really impressed about the PMI which has been launched by government. Okay, and the objective of PMI and the objective of ours is similar because we are also focusing on economic weaker section customers and low income based customers. If you see our ticket size is also around 4 to 5 lakhs. Okay, and most important thing which I would like to share is that our focus is on the customers who are taking home loan for first time, property for first time. So we have around more than 2 lakhs of customers, out of which 80% of the customers are customers who have taken home for first time. And I think so the objective of PMI is also the same thing. So I'm really glad to present ourselves, and we are positioned so strong that wherever that PMI project is there, we are present there. So I would like Rajiv to just walk you our presentation for 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks Vivek, for real insight in terms of introducing Avas in a very short and a very crisp way. Uh, so yeah, that's fine now. Thank you. So, Avas started off his journey from 2011 from Jaipur, Rajasthan, and it is today 14th year in terms of operations. If you see the journey, it has been really a good journey where we got listed in 2018. From a journey of 20 odd states, we have spread towards close to 371 odd branches. This company, Avas, our company has been recognized from NHB for refinance facility. So these are some of the things which we post in terms of how we have progressed over time. This is a journey what we started, as I said to you, in a meager branch of 25, from where we have now 367 branches. The AUM, as rightly said by Sylvain, we closed in an AUM of 17,300 odd crores, and currently we are at 18,000 odd crores of AUM. We have an ambitious plan of growth journey. In terms of commitment towards doing the business for affordable, we started off with one CXO, and
We are, as of now, 10 plus CXOs. Happy to share that, one of our senior management person, CXO, Mr. Sylvan, is there. He had taken his time out. So, we present to be part of this important presentation and meeting. This is a snippet of, the board of directors who had led the vision of, serving the unserved and underserved. Led by Mr. Sachin Depinder, who is our MD and CEO, who is a strong and a firm believer in terms of working towards affordable segment and towards a segment where, the funds are required for underwriting. Just to keep abreast and keep abreast with the changing times. So Avas has been really, a step ahead in terms of introducing world-class technologies. So we are there to serve the customers, to be better serving the customer. How can we enhance the journey of a customer loan origination? What can be, the things where we can help the customer also seeing the risk, also managing the portfolio, and how we can use the technology, which is an ever-changing field, so as to ensure that the customer gets a good experience and we are able to serve customer in a much more effective and a better way. We have world-class technologies like, digital platform, customer services digital, Oracle FlexCube is one of the things, which we have launched for integration of the system. All this, has helped us in terms of better speed and efficiency. It has helped us in terms of pricing the customer better. It has helped us in terms of ensuring that, we give a speedier decision when it comes to servicing the customer and a client. This is just a brief of what Selvin was saying and, how we have spread. So this is our geographical presence. As we are basically we started off from Rajasthan, so there is a long presence which is there in Rajasthan of 102 or 109 odd branches, and we are spread across. Second is happy to share where we are sitting. We are close to 49 odd branches in Maharashtra itself. So this is something we feel pride in terms of saying that we are there as a partner to each and every project which the government is bringing in, which the affordable segment is bringing in. So we are there to serve the customer whenever the need is there. Uh, we have close third largest being Gujarat in terms of the number of branches. So we are ever expanding into it. That latest entry, unfortunately, which we were not able to pull in is yesterday our MD and CEO inaugurated a branch in Tamil Nadu as well. So that is where our commitment towards ever-growing sector of affordable, ever-growing need of servicing the customers. It's a commitment where we have been expanding the branches in a very aggressive way. Uh, this segment, if I would say, this is a brief snippet where we say that the segment where we are funding, it's very much less risk prone as compared to a segment wherein the customer is might be a risk prone. The quality of portfolio in terms of stage B or stage one NP1 plus DPD has given us the confidence that where we are going in terms of funding the customer, servicing the customer, and in partnership with government sectors, where we are as of now, it is the right segment to go into it because this segment is less prone to risk. It is where we can take a calculated decision, even if there is a slight a call or a risk which we have to increase. Then the portfolio quality over a period of time which we have built speaks in itself of having all the more aggressive partnership, all the more potential which is there in terms of serving the customers. And happy to share that this is one of the industry best in terms of the NPA portfolios, the least in terms of what any of the NBFCs are there. So this is one of the India's best portfolio what we are having. While we are, a company where, we have been ever growing, Avas has not left, in terms of ensuring that we are there socially and economically also responsible into it. Certain social initiatives which we have taken, like Gram City or like Vishwa project, where we provide basic foods, etc., so as to for the safety of the persons who are working in the project, or towards development, towards education and holistic development of people out there. These are the social initiatives which we have taken. Also, it's really great to share with the eminent personalities sitting out here. We are the only company, one of the few companies who are leading in terms of having a green certification from IFC. So that is where we are ensuring that the customers who are having an individual houses also are green certified. So as to they take a long term benefit of the green housing projects also. So these are a few initiatives which we company as a company have taken, and that has actually resulted in terms of ensuring that we are a socially responsible company as well.
uh, affordable housing PMAY, for which all the eminent personalities are sitting out here. This is a brief in terms of our USP, why Awas. Now, Awas is basically focused in terms of funding the lower and middle income segment in semi and rural areas, as I have shown in the previous slides that we have reached close to 371 odd branches. Loans which we extend to the customers are credit worthy. Now, these customers are basically new to bank or who doesn't have a single score. So that is where the underwriting of the customers has taken a lot of it requires a lot of touch and feel experience which has to be there. So that is our USP which we are driving to ensure that the quality portfolio and we are able to serve the customer in a better way. We have a 100% in-house assessment team wherein the credit appraisal as well as collection as well as sales happens inbound only. It is not towards setting up of a third party for sourcing or for underwriting. This has given us a lot of confidence in understanding the customer so as to be future ready as and when the need and demand comes in. Faster processing of loans, minimum documentation, as we all are aware that the customer segments which we are funding, they might lack in terms of the documentations which are there. They may not have a formal ideas or they may not have a formal bank slip, salary slip, etc. So these customers require a touch and feel. These customers require, a personal discussion so we can arrive towards a loan eligibility of a particular individual. So these are the USPs of, few of the things which we do in Avas. Uh, Complying to the government side of regulatory side, we put up to 90% of the allotment value so as the best possible solution can be given to an individual. This is something which is really exciting and which which Selvin also was saying that we have partnered with the ULB. So I lies with close to 102 odd ULBs, and Gujarat is one of the states followed by Madhya Pradesh, where Prakshiji was rightly saying in terms of the TPA part or in terms of the PLC part or in the slum rehabilitation part. All these things, we have very close tie with all the major governments, and my portfolio is spread across 19,000 odd customers, which is there led by Gujarat and followed by Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, then Maharashtra, Rajasthan are a few of the places where we have the reach and then we have got the customer base also into it. These all are particularly customers who are ULB customers, wherein the allotment happens. They have been looking in for a funding partner, and Avas as a company has been really happy to partner the journey along with the various ULBs. Uh, these are some of the MOUs which we have signed. My colleague Pankaj has been really, proactive enough to ensure that housing or whenever there is, a new project comes in, so we have, our presence. So we are here to serve the customer. We are here to serve and partner with the ULPs which are present. So we have partnered with, Gujarat, SUDA, which is Urban Development Authority, or MADA, SIDCO, Vadodara, Development Authority, AMC, etc. are few of the MOUs which we've executed over time. And why I would like to hop onto this is this actually MOU has given us that kind of trust and faith that we can service the customer because of the partnerships and because of the guarantees that the government is giving in terms of might be an PPA, in terms of MOU, or in terms of sharing the list of the company successful allottees, so we can ensure that we are there to fund the customer. This vision of ours has been very strongly, harped upon by our MD and CEO, Shri Sachinder Bender, also that we are here to serve the unserved and the underserved and the underbanked. So the customers, I'm sure, which we all are focusing on, there is a need to understand the customer. That is where our USP, our partnership, our role would be crucial in terms of ensuring that we are there so as to the successful allottees are having a successful funding as well. The spread in terms of 75% plus of our branches in the tier cities. Also, we have close to 12 odd branches in Mumbai itself has given us a reach, has given us a a platform to serve the entire array of customers. Might be a Cat A place like Mumbai where we are standing as of now, or else to a small place which is might be Nasik or the suburbs of Solapur, etc. The profiles which we fund typically are small tea vendors, vegetable shop owners, fruit shop owners, or transportation people who are into transportation. Typically, auto drivers or auto rickshaw people or security people who are there. So these all are self-employed people who actually do not have an access to easy credit, and that is where Avas over a period of 14 plus years have developed an expertise to
ensure that we are here to fund the customer. When it comes to the salaried side, we are funding customers typically who are into the cash salary segment, who doesn't have an income proof. So all these customers who are actually the real customers in need of a funding, so we are there, Awas is there in terms of ensuring that the tagline also says "Sapne aapke saath hamara." So that is where we actually want to live up to the dreams of what we say. A brief snippet of where we have been funding in UP. We have funded, on all these projects which we have shown into the slide. This is again, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat again. So, these are the places or these are the projects which, have been built. And it gives me a really delight to say that the project or the quality of construction or the, projects which, the various authorities have made, this is at par. I would say at par with the Cat A builders which are there. So the quality of construction, the quality of the timeliness of completion, zero default in terms of the properties, etc. Has this is something phenomenal, and I would like to applaud the agencies or the ULBs for constructing such wonderful houses. So this was a brief from my side, wherein how Awas has been there in terms of partnering the journey. I really thank you and all the eminent authorities out there who had given us an opportunity to introduce Awas and to partner Awas with each one of you, so we can be there for the growth journey looking forward. Thank you very much.
So any Q&A if you want, you can ask this if you want. Anyone wants to ask anything, yeah, please. Because we are already present in Karnataka.
Sir, Karnataka, basically, we started our operations recently only. We are very much aggressive in terms of RGHCL, wherein, as of now, we are partnering with the government authorities from RGHCL to ensure that we are there as a partner into the allotment side from Bangalore. So we are having, a very good steady, and we are already in terms of, as and when the allotments are actually happening now. We are already there, sir, as a partner in Karnataka, in Bangalore, to be particular, for RGHCL, sir.
Urban. What about the rural segment where see the coastal Karnataka, where you have shown in the picture that you are working with auto drivers, truck drivers, salaries and so on. But these people, see, they need the protection because see, the houses are disaster prone houses. Are you looking at it, or have you looked at it? Because this is the need of the hour in Karnataka. See, we work with fishing community. So
People are into coconut farming, people are into fisheries.
fisheries in particular.
Can I know your name, sir?
My name is Sudhakar Mal.
Sudhakar, sir.
Yeah,
So,
we run about 19 non-government organization working on various verticals. And especially in Maharashtra, we have our USP is that we rehabilitated, rehoused, relocated 53,000 families who are known as encroachers. But we took World Bank.
It's really great, sir. So, basically, when it comes to sir expansion, as we shown in the previous slide, we started our journey, Sudhakar sir, from north, from Rajasthan particularly. So we are in phase of expanding towards the southern side. Yesterday we opened our first branch in Tamil Nadu, as I said to So we are in process, sir, of expanding towards the deeper geographies. We are not very aggressive in terms of funding it, opening up all the places. So as a management decision, we are opening up step by step in various places. I'm sure what I know and what Sylvan also would
Yeah,
echo.
yeah. Maybe this year we are planning to open around 24 branches in Tamil Nadu. Okay. Gradually we'll go to AP Telangana. Okay, this is the south where we are going to be present.
I was not able to hear you, sir.
Do you have a blueprint for Karnataka branches which you are going to?
Yeah, we will personally meet if you want,
So
and we will share you the.
I would request Pankaj, our licensing head from
Yeah.
Maharashtra, Pankaj, if you can liaise with her and we can, see that where, they are having a requirement and how best we can pitch into being a partner towards the growth success
And
story,
it
sir.
will really be helpful that if you are present, we will be also present.
Yeah, we are willing to.
Yeah, yeah. Sure.
Because
So, Pankaj
we
is
are,
our
we are going,
license officer, so So he will be connecting with you as well.
We want to be partner in the
Yeah, yeah. So because we are planning to extend around 20, 25 branches in Karnataka itself. So we will be sure.
Thank you.
Are we dealing in refinance? Means NHB is the main mobilizing the finance, National Housing Bank.
So our company is recognized by NHB for refinance, sir. So we do avail refinance, and
Measure of the loan which you are lending is from refinance.
well, that's we have a healthy CAGR of almost 45 odd percent. So as and when we required, we so our cost of funds any which ways is at very much in control. So if the need arises, definitely we seek financial assistance from NHB as well for refinance. So we are authorized for we are recognized for refinance from the NHB also. Sir.
What is the lending rate?
So that's a risk-based pricing which is there, and the range is from 10% to 12 odd percent. But I cannot fix up a particular rate into it because this is a segment, as I said to you, which is unserved, underserved, and unbanking. So wherein you are actually taking a risk on a customer wherein who doesn't have a credit history, wherein who doesn't have any other prior history of lending. So it's a risk-based pricing which is adjusted as per the cost of funds and the company policy. Sir.
Can be being the sector is very different and low income group, so they actually it is a good sign that National Bank fails to finance them. You have took a very lead role, but the reduction in rate of interest is a major issue.
What Raji, what we do is our starts to 10%. Okay. If any customer who's having so if it's capable to pay that amount, then we ensure that we do a customer to customer. Government project will be 90%. It's not that for 90% project we need that this issue should be there. But on the basis of his actual बोलते हैं ना, उसका cash income, we consider
Cash flow.
cash income.
Yes.
Cash flow देखते हैं हम लोग. For example, we have multiple customers like in Bombay, we have ordered most of the Panipuri wala.
Sir, but what happens, sir? Actually, regular traditional cases में जहाँ पे ITR होता है, वहाँ पे वो easily loan sanction होता है. जहाँ पे cash flow system पे आप analysis करते हैं, they have a regular source of income, but they don't have the proof.
एग्जाम्पल जैसे कि वो पानी पूरी वाला को हमने जो फंड किया, ठीक है, विद फंडेड वो गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट नहीं था, माड़ा था, उसको हमने कुछ 9-10 लाख दिया. उसका अर्निंग कैपेसिटी था, वो रिटर्न फाइल नहीं कर रहा था, ठीक है. बट हम लोग ने उसके उसके पास जाके उसको असेस किया कि दिन में कितना गला बनाता है, तो 2,500-3 हजार का गला होता है, उसमें कॉस्टिंग 1,000 ही है, तो महीने का दिन का 2,000 कमा रहा था. ऑन डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं था, so we funded in 9 lakh.
With what rate of interest?
Rate of interest was 11%.
सर अभी ये सपोज दिस कस्टमर ये 20 साल तक आपका होम लोन लेता है, तो ये फर्स्ट ईयर क्यों प्रॉब्लम आया कैश फ्लो सिस्टम का? बिकॉज यू डिडंट हैव द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन. आपका लोन लेने के बाद 3 साल के बाद में उसने रीपेमेंट प्रॉपर किया है,
हम रिड्यूस
करते हैं सर.
Of course, yes. It's not that we are receiving. Every funding is on the basis of the risk. Okay. For example, a documented customer is 9% less than that, because then we can't see any risk on that customer. Okay. If there is no income flow, so that is a risk. So we take 3% higher. But we ensure that if the track is clean, we reduce the rate.
यही सैंपल केस में 11% का कितने तक रिड्यूस होता है सर?
डिपेंड करता है मार्केट में जिस तरह से प्रोविजन है, 9, 9.5, 10 डिपेंड करता है वो.
ओके, थैंक्स.
So thank you very much for giving us the time and opportunity, and we look forward for reaching partnership with each one of the ULBs. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you so much, and absolutely very informative, and I must say a very interactive session, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now I shall call upon Shri Sandeep Deshmukh, Secretary Slum Rehabilitation Authority, Government of Maharashtra, to please come and felicitate our partners who have given a fabulous presentation. Well, thank you, Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head of Ours Financials Limited, along with Selvin Putman, fabulous presentation, a very interactive one. Please accept the mementos from us. Can we have a huge round of applause for both of them? Thank you. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Shri Sabhi. Thank you for joining us. Well, now let's move ahead. It's time to get going, and the special address it is. And I shall now call upon and request Mr. Sumnesh Joshi, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, to join us on the stage. I think we should have a huge round of applause, everybody. Let us hear it from him for his vision and expertise.
So, very good afternoon to everyone. And morning we heard eminent speakers and a lot about housing infra, right? And I'm just give another direction that right now we all speak about the everything is smart city, smart traffic, and smart system, smart devices. So everything should be smart. And in any smart city, when we develop anything or any infrastructure, many applications are there, right? And they are communicating with each other to take the decision. So, what is our idea for the sustainable development? Anyone who is residing in those type of townships or buildings or city, they should have a very good quality of life, right? And with the sustainable development of the ecosystem. So here connectivity plays a very important role because without connectivity, you can't communicate, you can't take a decision. And so it is utmost required to have this piece very important in the entire ecosystem. And what is happening today now, era of AIML and IoTs and 5G, we have to again think that how we can reap the benefit of the technology available along with the connectivity. So Internet of Things, so that is coming, in a very big way. As on date, also IoT is working, that is the internet, but with the introduction of the 5G, I can say with the proud that India is the country where we have rolled out 5G in a very fastest manner. So all those IoT sensors, whether it's the traffic, now if you have a real-time data, so you can student the traffic also, you can divert the traffic in the real time. Many things you can do because congestion will be removed. And ultimately, all are leading to less pollution or the net zero, less carbon emission, etc. So because we have to use those data using the algorithm and take that decision automatically. So further, in the parking lot also, right, where the backend parking is there, so that also we can use the sensitivities in that parking lot also. Energy, of course, smart metering we are using, and all the IoT based meters are there, and on automatic reading is going to the electricity company, and many decisions we can take, and we can save lots of energy with the smart lightings and all across the cities. So all these things are leading, to the sustainable development of city and making life of the resident very easy. And even, from the area, cyclone prone, flood prone, so early warning signal, right? So that also come from the IoT device, and lots of data will come. Even water quality that we are drinking, right? And that should be, potable or not. That is also coming to the IoT sensors. So anything, any change in the quality, immediately, alert will be there, and we can take the immediate action. So we have to live in this smart sort of environment, and there's a huge scope of the IoT devices. And even the environment, pollution level is going up or down. Which area is having the what is the pollution level, right? And maybe we can stop the vehicles in that particular area if more pollutions are there, or we can take some decision. Even the water clogging is there. For example, even in Mumbai, we also seeing lots of places because of the rain, very jam 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So can't we use those type of devices in the planning itself? So idea is whatever we are planning or designing the city, now we should put all these sensors in place right from the beginning. So the system will work, in a very awesome manner. And again, in the buildings for the flat also. Because in coming days, whatever you are seeing, your AC or TV or fridge or maybe door and sensors are there. So those sensors keep generating the data, right? Because in future, the new generation, are very tech savvy, and we want everything on the plate, and decision is to be taken by the all AI ML algorithm. So that we have to design. So connectivity is really, really very important, and then we have to ensure or design in such a way that we should have proper signal, proper bandwidth, high speed bandwidth. Otherwise, as on date, also if some
Thank you so much for guiding us. Incredible contribution, and of course, a very significant one. Well, thank you for letting us know we just do not need smart cities and smart development. We also need secure cities and secure development. Thank you. And let's get going. And of course, like you said, the lunch has to wait for just like next 10 to 15 minutes because we have some fabulous panel discussion coming up on the way. Like as urbanization continues to expand, it also faces a lot of challenge. Of course, the population which is overgrowing while minimizing the environmental footprint as well. Let's get going. I have one of the most special and expertise panel joining us today on the stage, discussing and highlighting some of the most fabulous topic. Well, let's get going. Now I shall call upon one by one our leaders on stage. Starting with, I'll call upon Bhushan Desai, Deputy Chief Engineer, Mahara. Can we have you on stage for a super amazing panel discussion? And a huge round of applause for him, everybody. Along with Om Prakash Devate, Commissioner and Administrator. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Joining them on stage is another expertise leader, Samin Unhale, State Joint Commissioner, Municipal Administration, Government of Maharashtra. And of course, the key moderator who shall be taking and forward and guiding this phenomenal session will be Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder, CEO, Elets Technomedia, editor-in-chief, eGov magazine.
So, we have this last session before this lunch. So, let me request our speakers to join in, and we have this topic on sustainable urban development, integrating green infrastructure and smart city technologies. So, on one side, we are talking about growth in housing, but as we increase the housing, we increase the pressure on the urban infrastructure. So we need sustainable urban development also. So let me request Samir Unhale ji to first of all talk about sustainable development issues and how it can balance with the growth in housing.
So very good afternoon. I'm trying to extend your lunch, time for lunch, so sorry for that. So I'll be very brief to the point, and I hope the points we discuss will be helpful to you in your actual functioning. So the specific words I take now is one is green, second is smart. So we'll try to dwell 5 sentences each on them. Green started with pollution, then went to global warming, then went to ozone hole, then to global warming, and now carbon is the new Saturn or new Satan. So the discourse of last 50 years shifted from pollution to carbon, and that encompasses the thinking behind what actually green city ought to be. So essentially, what we look at green cities would be a sufficient amount of green cover. It could be along the street, along the green park, recreation parks, and the usual land use planning norms that have been mandated by the relevant statutes of the respective states. So environmentally, we have to ensure that the load that the city creates on the biodiversity, on the air, land, and water pollution is sufficiently factored into the city planning and then implemented by way of projects that and budgeting and execution of that. That could be one way of looking at catering for the green context of the city. Second, when we use the word smart, it is not defined anywhere. So it has a range of activities that we normally do for a city. It could ideally also start with intelligent functioning of city processes. Like if I think transport is a major pain point for all of us. We have to travel along the cities and we see many of the traffic jams. So what can be done for that? One approach could be the smart city approach, which essentially uses all the available technologies to make the life of citizens better and maybe less miserable. So that could be the simplest way of looking at what a smart city could be. In the context of traffic, let's have less traffic jams. What can be done? Yes, we have the Google Maps, we have the area smart signaling of the traffic, and also at the planning approach, we could be having more public transport which is fueled by, say, electricity. So in Mumbai, we are seeing huge expansion of metros, which has been done through MMRD and other institutions. So when we talk of green, when we talk of smart, it is inevitable part for our urbanization that the next maybe 5, 10, 15 years that we're looking at, the lives of the citizens has to be not only less miserable, but more enjoyable. And how to achieve that would be the context of smart and maybe green approaches to the cities. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Excellent inputs. Thank you, Nalaji. Uh, Let me request Om Prakash Dirate, who is Commissioner and Administrator of uh, Karanji. Uh, uh, if you can talk about these sustainable development issues in urban planning and urban management.
Good afternoon, all. First, I would like to thank you, Mhada, Elets, and the organizers for such a wonderful audience and discussion that are arranged by them. As a sustainable development, we can affordable housing and infrastructure. We can say that these are the two sides of a coin, without which the sustainable development is not possible. And in cities like Mumbai, the land cost is very high, where already there is landlocking. Similar situations are there in some other areas like Kolhapur, where there are landlocking because of the river and all the geographical constraints. Beyond Thane also, in Bhiwandi district also, there are some forest lands and all. So land prices are rising up, and therefore affordable housing, we have to focus making available the lands by getting cleared the slums. Of course, clearing the slums is not such a simple task, but if we assure slum dwellers that they are going to be definitely they are going to be part of that development. They are going to get the uh, home in that particular development. Then they are ready. We have evolved some projects like that. Have evolved in Kolhapur also, in Thane also. PSUV projects done. So if land availability is done in such a way, then definitely the infrastructure development is possible. And then sustainable development towards the sustainable development we can start. We can so making available land. What are the challenges? So these challenges must be addressed by the system, by the government, and assurance must be given to those slum dwellers. Now, there are some acts like Multivari Act. Now, Multivari Act actually the act was it was formed it was called, for Sangli, where there were some small size plotting was done and what could be done. There was no any system in place where these small plots can be regularized. But then later on, what happened? The timeline, which was earlier, it was 2000, that again extended. Then again, it is getting overburdened with the infrastructure. So these issues must be addressed in a proper manner, and then only the sustainable development is possible. Already, Honorable Joint Director, Municipal Administration, Shri Kunal sir has mentioned very nicely about the green development. So, green development is a proper way to go ahead for the sustainable development, which will make happier all the say the here in morning, Raymond Reality has showcased their projects in Thane. I would say it can be say रोटी कपड़ा और मकान, तीन चीजें जरूरी रहती है, तो उसमें से रोटी नहीं लेकिन कपड़ा और मकान रेमंड ने अभी देना शुरू कर दिया है। तो लेट अस होप जो नेसेसिटी है सिटीजंस की टुवर्ड्स सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट, this reality stalwarts will definitely provide with the help of good governance from the administration and government. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have a round of applause for the great knowledge and also uh, Prakash. And let me request Bhushan Desai, who is the Deputy Chief Engineer for ADA, to talk about green development and sustainable development initiatives. From everywhere.
I'm the last minute change and the last minute involvement in this panel. So I'm not much prepared. I was here for just as a listener, but now I have to discuss. So see, now with lots of construction activities in Mumbai nowadays, now construction industry has become a biggest carbon emitter. One of the biggest has become a biggest carbon emitter. So we have to adopt for green infrastructure through sustainable practice. What is the sustainable practice? It is revolve around three R, that is reduce, reuse, and recycle. Mumbai has a scarcity of spaces, and here the redevelopment is very predominant. And nowadays, redevelopment of slums, redevelopment of old buildings are taking place. Mara is one of the biggest contributor in this redevelopment industry. So green infrastructure can be achieved through recycling and reusing the old materials. Old demolished building, from old demolished building we can use brick, metals, stones, even some electrical materials. We can use old wooden structures when it is demolished. We can use it as for some aesthetic use. Uh, Though reusing and recycling is time spending activity, and in Mumbai everything is on fast track, so it may not be possible at this stage with constant support and constant support from government and some uh, rules and regulation, we can achieve it in the future also. Another one is the waste management. So we can we can go for waste management. We can segregate the waste from the demolition, from the ongoing projects. To minimize the waste, we can use prefab structures, uh, aluminum formwork, bar bending at factory, bar bending at the factory outlet only, and so that we can minimize the waste. We can use uncompatible material for the landfill also. And there is another aspect, reduction in pollution. So there is a lots of requirement in to reduce the pollution through the construction industry. So we can adopt for smog, smog, smog reduction machines, dust separation method, some water efficient technologies, and some then also uh, i- I'm so sorry. I'm not much prepared, but that's it. Thank you.
excellent inputs, and I think we are highly like delayed here for lunch, and I can see on the faces of the audience that everyone is hungry. Right.
Just I would like to add one point. Now I am working in Ichalkaranji Municipal Corporation as commissioner. There we are facing some different sort of problem. Here in Mumbai, vertical development, the dwellers are ready, but there we are proposing the vertical development, but those dwellers are not ready to occupy in the vertical development. They want the ground plus one, ground plus two story buildings. There are some we cannot occupy more number of dwellers in that. The land requirement is very high in that case. So such problems we are facing there. Thank you so much.
Great input. Unalaji, you want to give a closing remark?
कोई ज़्यादा बात नहीं करेंगे, लोगों को अभी हलचल हो गई है। एक ही बात कि सप्लाई साइड असेसमेंट जो होता है हाउसिंग सेक्टर में, अगर सप्लाई साइड हम क्या करते हैं, लैंड अवेलेबल होना चाहिए, पैसा अवेलेबल होना चाहिए, ये 2 चीज़ें रहती हैं। एंड दैट इज़ द क्रक्स ऑफ द गेम, लैंड हैज़ टू मेड अवेलेबल और जो प्लानिंग टूल है अभी प्लानिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट का एफएसआई का, if the plot owner is making expenditure for developing infrastructure for that, he could be given more additional FSI, and so the burden of the council will go down for providing the infrastructure support for that. So that I mean, just sir के साथ भी चर्चा करते वक्त ये point आया था कि probably we should be using the planning tools more smartly to boost the supply side of the housing sector. Thank you.
Great inputs, and I think we will like move the session here and go for the lunch. And I thank our esteemed panelists for joining in. Thank you, everyone.
What a fabulous panel, and I must say a little short one, but due to the lunch, of course, I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please come forward to felicitate one by one panelists of the absolutely amazing expertise session that has been taken place right now. It was very short and sweet, yes, of course. And lunch is definitely calling. Please be with me. Till we felicitate our panelist. I request Bhushan Desai, Deputy Chief Engineer, please come forward and accept the momentum. Bhushan, please join us in accepting the momentum. Everyone, a huge round of applause. Requesting Mrs. Sameer Unhale, State Joint Commissioner, Municipal Administration, Government of Maharashtra, to accept the memento. Thank you so much for maintaining the guest and valuable input, sir. We wish we could hear more from you. Thank you so much, Om Prakash, Deputy Commissioner and Administration. IMC. Very, very amazing thoughts and inputs and very valuable. I'll request all the panelists to please join us on center stage with the mementos and the magazine for a group picture. Well, I think before we head for the lunch, थोड़ा सा जो energy है वो तालियों में लगा दीजिएगा जरूर. And of course, I know that lunch is falling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll not keep you waiting. Let's retire for lunch quickly, and we shall be seeing each one of you at sharp 3 p.m. Please be on time as we have another two fabulous panel discussion happening on the way. So be there at 3 p.m. sharp. Till then, of course, have lunch, explore, and keep sharing ideas to make us together grow.
Yeah, good. It's the lunchtime is yet to get over. People are finishing. So, and many people are sitting here must be wondering how a oil and gas company person is infrastructure deeply connected. Infrastructure, okay, with housing also is deeply connected when you talk about oil and gas, because oil and gas is the primary motive power between your all the movements, the mobility, what you talk about. And today, few of the speakers earlier to me had talked about green and sustainable and those developments. So this is the area where we are coming. And today, as I stand here, I'm not talking about HPCL as an oil and gas major or the fossil fuel company. I'm trying to discuss with you the net zero initiative, green initiatives. And here before me, the speakers, the panels, they also talked about the sustainable development infrastructure. Here, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation is going to play a very, very important role. Today, most of the speakers, at least a few of them whom I heard, they have talked about smart cities, smart towns, smart infrastructures, all those areas they discussed. But I was just trying to look into some talks on the green part. Nowadays, people have been talking about huge infrastructure development happening in Mumbai, in and around Mumbai, across India. How much of them is sustainable and green? Because India today we have a rating. You are is giving a green rating. We have IGPC Council talking about the ratings of infrastructure, housing. Everything is there right now. But are this is being taken into consideration when we plan a project, infrastructure project? All those ratings which Bina is giving, in fact, you have to get 50 points out of the 30 parameters what they've defined. To call your project, infra project, as a green project. So how many of those projects are green? Are these ratings being done? Are these being done across? That is very, very important because this, if you talk about the entire life cycle of a project, of infra project, right from the sourcing of the raw, when you talk about the bricks, when you talk about the cement, you talk about the steel, are they green? You talk about any project sitting here and when I'm sitting in this building. Are we aware of the embedded carbon which is there in this building, in infrastructure, or across project is coming up? When I talk about embedded carbon, it is the brick use, the fire used to make the brick, the power used to make it, the steel which is being used, how much carbon emission is happening, the cement which is being used. Are we sitting on this embedded carbon here? The rating has been done, going on. Is it not? So right from the beginning, when you design a project, the raw material stage, the usage stage, when as an occupant, how much I'm green conscious, what sort of lights I'm using, LED lights, the power conservation, energy conservation measures, and then disposal, demolition of the project. How to dispose? The entire product life cycle of any infrastructure projects. It has to be sustainable, green, and there are policies just coming up where the carbon embedded is being measured now. So I thought I will just give you a hint about the green aspect because housing infra summit, there is a lot of things to be done on green as well as sustainable. I'll just come to the petroleum part just to give a hint what is happening there. HPCL, at a glance, I just wanted to show you it's a Maratha company. It's the second largest company in India as oil and gas major. So, what are the key levers for net zero? What we have identified as an oil and gas major? And here again, I'm talking about the smart infrastructure because here session is on infrastructure. So I will talk about that. I will talk about waste management, water management, energy conservation, mobility, what all we are contributing as regards green is concerned, and what are the challenges and way forward. Yes, HPCL is a 100 years old company. We are basically originally American company, which was nationalized in 1974, and then SO and Caltex and the Lube India, everything got merged, and then we became government of India company. We have a huge cross-country pipeline, second largest, more than 5,000 kilometers. Huge LPG network of more than 9 crore customers are there. We talk about LPG, 22,000 retail outlets. All this, what I'm talking about, customers, retail outlets, everywhere, we have done green initiatives we have taken. And these all retail outlets are, of course, falls part of
are the part of infra. Infra, a lot of actions are happening there. This is at a glance the performance what we have done. 46 million we have done last year. The pipeline. Here comes the renewable part. We are very active in wind and solar. The green part, the green energy part, what you're talking about, and more than 16, 17,000 outlets, what you have got out of the 22,000, we have solarized. We are using solar power. We are into green hydrogen business, natural gas. You are seeing CGD gas pipelines. Today, when you talk about infra housing projects, a lot of pipe gas is coming. Pipe gas, I think HPCL is present there. We are present in 24 geographical areas, supplying a clean fuel and a clean gas for a sustainable housing project. And talking about JVs again, JVs and subsidiaries, we have got green subsidiaries. We have got our own 100% owned HP Green Renewable Company. This is the refineries what we are having across Vizag and Mumbai, in HML Bhatinda, that's a Bristol group. Then we have got stake in MRPL and HML. Our own big refinery is coming in Rajasthan right now, HRL. Greenfield refinery, you're seeing it's a greenfield refinery is coming under a lot of green measures are being taken. Huge infrastructure happening, development is happening. Here is the focus area. We are talking about green, sustainable. A lot of actions are happening there in our R&D. R&D is called green R&D because power is green, hydrogen use is green. Entire system what is used there right now, development is happening in green form. And we are working on various areas like biofuels, petchem. Biofuel is another area where most of you are using cars nowadays, which are primarily CNG driven cars. You are using gasohols, or 20% blend is happening nowadays. 12% blend, ethanol blending is happening in gasohol. Again, there is a clean fuel we're talking about. Biodiesel is getting blended in diesel. So a lot of things are happening on cleaning aspect by the oil companies and HPCL is a pioneer. These are the various structures what you're talking about. And when we talk about terminals, we call them smart terminals. Because there also a lot of actions are happening as regards IoT, digitalization, green, automation. Our aviation facilities there we are seeing the acting right for fueling of aircraft. There also we are getting into sustainable aviation fuel we're making now. And we are going to supply, especially the international airlines as per the mandate, sustainable aviation fuel. Just at a glance, I was trying to show what we are doing. Now, here the CNG outlets. We are supplying green fuel rather than liquid fuels. EV charging is another area I'll talk about because here, when you talk about infrastructure, smart cities, smart townships, the EV charging facilities is there, and we are very aggressive in that area. Pipelines, both crude and finished product pipeline, including LPG, petrol, diesel, kerosene pipelines across the country. The administrative setup you're seeing the direct sales, consumer accounts, LPG business line, lubricants, retail, across zones. So we are there. I talked about this green R&D lab. It's there right now. So here, very important when we are working with batteries. We talked about lithium and synthetic batteries. Engines, we're talking about flex engines, where the green fuel aspect comes. There we are working a lot of bioprocess, biotechnology, green hydrogen areas. Last year highlights I had showed you. In the earlier slide, it's a very specific here. Like they're celebrating 75th year, Marta, we are celebrating our 50th year. It's a golden jubilee year for us this year. Here are the various joint ventures, more than 20 joint ventures are there. There you will see at the extreme bottom right corner is HPRG, it's a 100% subsidiary. HP Renewal and Green Energy, which we have formed to fully focus on the green aspect and sustainable development. Now, this to talk about green or sustainable for infra growth, here is the strategy what we have designed in 2020. T25 strategy, if you see the goal is primarily it is sustainable development, creating values and delivering. And the enablers, if you see, if you get into the enablers part, Again, there is focus on ESG is there, environmental, social, and governance. ESG is right there in 2020. We had mentioned very important for us. Efficient process, safety, and if you see the pillars, investment in green and emerging opportunities. This is a very important for us when we talk about development, infrastructure growth, be it the refineries, the terminals, LPG, the pipeline, whatever we do, the structures and developments, it has to be a very sustainable and green. And here you see it's green and emerging opportunities. Net zero we had announced right back in 2021 that we would achieve this by 2040. We have already planned investment around 60,000 crores to get into this to maintain that we have got a very sustainable development across this period. And we have formed a dedicated energy transition cell and a lot of efficiency energy conservation measures are being taken. Now, key levers to net zero, what we have identified as primarily six levers. One is efficiency improvement, be it the refineries, the terminals, or the bottling plants, and renewables. We already started the renewable. We have already got a portfolio of 200 megawatt wind and solar. Switch to biogas. A lot of CNG, CBG is getting manufactured by us now. Green hydrogen. We are the first oil company to start green hydrogen production in our refinery in Vizag. Carbon capture utilization and flare reduction from the refinery. So we have totally dedicated this huge investment for the green development of our infrastructure and production. Solar, I was talking about the portfolio we have got right now. Most of the outlets, when we talk about infrastructure, what we are developing, retail outlets, petrol pumps, are powered by solar right now. We are making EV charging facilities, as I showed you. 3,600 EV charging stations are there. 25 of our buildings are certified green buildings. I was talking about the green part. When you talk about infrastructure, so are they going through this? Our DG sets, we are using biodiesel rather than being ourselves the manufacturer of diesel. We are promoting 100% biodiesel in the DG sets. I suggest most of the housing infrastructure companies they look into this. We are approaching many housing societies to start using biodiesel for reduction of carbon. CBG plants, compressed biogas, 670 tons per annum green hydrogen facility already started. 17,000 outlets is solarized now. We are not using green power. We are using green power now. Ethanol blending, as I was telling, 12% of the petrol what you using in a car now is 12% blended with ethanol. So that part, again, the cleanest part we are bringing it there. Smart infrastructure. Today, being an infrastructure summit, housing summit, I thought I will show you this. 1761 outlets having this solar roof. You can see that we have started doing it. Most of them are having this built-in photovoltaic cells, these outlets. And 80% of them you can see solarized. We have got smart buildings across. We have already started putting up wind turbines, small vertical axis wind turbines in R&D and other locations for generating power. Again, a clean power. We want to get into that. This is quite feasible, possible in a smart city, in smart infrastructure location. Battery swapping, you could see the battery swapping stations other than fast charging. They're putting up 60, already put up 63 battery swapping stations. And we are tied up with the two most top global players, Honda and Gogoro, for putting up these stations in India. Water management is very important aspect when you talk about the infra and housing. So this is one area where we have already started working. Fresh water withdrawal is almost at this level when we talk about the refineries. We are trying to bring water incident for it for being manufactured products. So we are very focused on that. We already done the rain water harvesting there. You see the refineries, how much water they have recycled. It's a huge amount we have done. We are reusing. Somebody talked about reuse, recycle. So that's what has been happening there. A lot of water improvement things have been put up there. Recycling happening. And employee awareness across our locations is done on this water consumption measures. Waste management is again very important to talk about smart city infrastructure. This is being done here very aggressive. We are doing it. Solid waste management, refinery waste management, conversion into biogas, we are getting into this and already started doing in our refinery. You see, this is what we have done. The responsibility we are very we do not sell any product to e-waste. Hazard waste, used oil, our lubricants which are being collected, we are trying to recycle, reuse, put some non-critical applications. Another waste, if you talk about metallic scrap, it is being treated and recycled. So this is very, very responsible, sustainable development what HPCL is following. Emission reduction, this is very important for us because emission reduction must be knowing the global oil and gas majors are contributing 50% of the global emissions. So 15%. So that is very important that we work on that. We are working on the air quality. If you talk about the smart cities, infrastructure, air quality is very, very important because this is without this we can't talk about today smart cities and infrastructure. There we have started monitoring everywhere across the locations. Air quality monitoring devices are put. So we ensure that we are within that limit. And specific energy consumption we're trying to get it down in all the refineries. See here, biodiversity, somebody talked about greening of the environment. When we are putting up a new refinery at Rajasthan, we are very aware and conscious about it. That's what is being done there, developing a green belt. Initiatives, the biofuel, I talked to the first company to start a renewable energy with 100% subsidy. We have started 770 plants. We have started blending. 208 megawatt of renewable power has been brought in. We are putting up two new 5 megawatt generation has happened as of now. This is our commitment to green India and sustainable India. Natural gas, we talk about natural gas in Gujarat. At Chara, we are putting up 5 metric ton natural energy terminal for importing natural gas to supply clean fuel to Indian vehicles. We are putting up LNG stations, fuel stations in Gujarat and Rajasthan. So fuels, long-haul vehicles are given clean fuel. So that's what is being done there. And we have already commissioned the first LNG station there. So there's a lot of things happening in 25 GS geographic areas. Talking about pipe gas, what we are supplying. Again, 100% clean gas. The effort is in that of making entire environment sustainable and green. E-mobility is another very, very important area what we talked about because HPC is leader in this. We talk about e-charging. We are seeing a huge growth of EVs, especially in the two-wheeler segment and e-commerce segments. So EV stations, charging stations are very, very important, especially the fast charging stations, DC fast charging stations, as well as your lithium ion cell development and battery swap stations. In all these areas, you will see we are working. And not only that, HPC is one company where we are very, very actively collaborating with the startups. We are funding the startups, working with them. There's a lot of development disruptions happening in this, and we've been bringing new technology at a very, very this is what we are handling areas with the startups, and we're investing in the startups and taking them forward. Both in EVs, EV fleets, EV cell, EV chargers, everywhere we're working with them. Green hydrogen, we're all knowing that this is the fuel of the future, with the especially the long haul vehicles. Here we are working very actively. So a lot of things happening. We are converting 5% of refinery hydrogen requirement because refinery is the biggest consumer of hydrogen, in India. Refinery is the sector. So we are working trying to get into 5% green hydrogen and we have started manufacturing. National Green Hydrogen Mission, you're all aware of government has declared and a lot of support is coming from government. In this. So when you talk about clean cities, smart cities, this is going to play a very, very important role. End use, we have talked about the various areas where green hydrogen is going to play a role, industry specifically, fertilizer, steel, methanol. When you talk about green steel for infrastructure, this is going to come from here. When you talk about fertilizer, this is going to come from here. This is a very, very important area when you talk about green hydrogen, where HPCL is playing a very, very, very crucial role. This is what we intend to do, get into this field across the coming years. And not only this, we are trying to get into the export market of green hydrogen apart from the domestic requirement. The aspirations when you talk about Africa 24 what talked about, what we want to get in during this period. in green hydrogen space. In the pipeline, pipeline is a different proposition. We are working on the metallurgy, and then we have to get into this. This is not like a normal gas pipeline. A lot of actions already we have started taking. I just told you 370 tons per annum at Vizag. We already put up Mumbai refinery and Barmer. We are working on that. We are working with PRC on the technology. We are putting up new technologies and working with some JVs to develop our business in that. This is what I talked already about capacities, what we have done in solar and this and investment of 800 crores, a huge investment. And if you see very clearly mentioned, carbon dioxide emission is very important for us to bring it down. I just wanted to show some, it may not be of much use for all of you, but this is a very, some of the areas which is a constraint as you want to build up those plants, new plants, land is an issue, water consumption, specifically how to consume the water is important. So that is all to ensure that is done properly. Hydrogen storage is very important. It's not that storage, transportation is very important. So way forward, this is what we have planned. We are going to start in the cities also hydrogen dispensers for the vehicles so that you get a clean fuel. Hydrogen transportation we're going to promote. Yeah, that's all. I thought I'll talk only about this. So this is the endeavor what HPC is doing for a smart infrastructure, smart city, so that we all become a part of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kushal Ranji, for such an absolutely insightful presentation. I think on that note, after we had lunch, we should have a huge round of applause for him. Absolutely informative and a very knowledgeable industry presentation. And as I promised to you, that it's going to be a very power-packed presentation along with power-packed panel discussions happening on this stage. Well, let's get going. Let's get talking about the next panel discussion coming up on the next segment. Well, combining strength, driving innovation, and enhancing efficiency. You might be thinking, what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about the public and private partnerships, driving innovation and efficiency in housing projects. Let's explore this public and private partnerships models in housing sectors, and best practices that have led to efficient and innovative housing solutions. Well, on that note, one by one, I shall be calling our industry leaders and experts and panelists to share the knowledge and, of course, their insight on a very incredible topic like this. Well, it's an honor that they have joined us out of a very busy schedule to call upon and put your hands together for Mr. Milan Pandurang Shambarkar, Chief Officer, Mumbai Building Repairs and Reconstruction, Government of Maharashtra. Huge round of applause for him, please. And thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. We really want to hear your insights and your valuable inputs. Well, let's get going. We have another expertise opinion on this panel. Joining us, industry leader and expert Dr. Parthasarthi Mishra, Director cum Additional Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Government of Odisha. Well, we're glad to have you back, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Once again, let's get going with an expertise opinion and calling upon Sri Sandeep Deshmukh, Secretary, Slum Rehabilitation Authority, Government of Maharashtra. Huge round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again for joining in, sir. Calling upon Kushal Banerjee, Chief General Manager, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, to join this super fabulous panel and, of course, enlighten us with the valuable inputs. And of course, the moderator of this power packed panel discussion, a very talented Pooja Banerjee, Senior Assistant Editor, eGov. Can we have a huge round of applause for her, please? Everyone.
A very warm welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for to our brilliant delegates today as well since morning. I know I've been running around, and thanks to all of you for staying back and listening to all our esteemed delegates and esteemed speakers today. And so, coming onto this topic, sir, I would like to welcome all our very esteemed speakers today at this dais. And the topic today is public-private partnerships driving innovations, efficiency in housing projects. So I would like to start with you, Dr. Partha, sir. If you would like to give us some opening remarks on the topic today.
Very good afternoon. Pooja, thank you for this statement. Before I start, I will again quote Victor Hugo, the famous French novelist. He says, "No power on earth can stop an idea which time has come." In fact, today, the public-private partnership has come. We cannot escape from this reality. Though we are a government, without the partnership of the private sector, we cannot execute or ground any policy decisions. So, particularly in the sector of housing, it's so very important. And providing affordable housing to the poor, or the intervention of private sector is extremely important. Government cannot escape from the involving the all the stakeholders. So all the stakeholders need to be involved because everybody has a very important role. I private sector means I don't confine just to builders. I, I in terms of ideas, in terms of expertise, in terms of experience, in terms of suggestions, feedback, healthy criticisms, everybody we need to get into everything so that we can evolve a policy which will be comprehensive. That is what the whole idea is. Now the public-private partnership has become the PMAOI 1 and 2 both editions that has been started. I would, since in my last section I spoke about Odisha's experience and what we have done during the we were one of the first states to adopt this policy. So in 2015-16, we have started this public-private partnership in affordable housing. We adopted a policy called Odisha Urban Housing Mission. Under this mission, there are basically three verticals. One vertical is that since there is a land constraint, everybody knows that there is a land constraint. We thought that the land, whichever land is available inside the urban area, so the target is that let us not move out the slum dwellers from their traditional profession. Because if you shift them 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers away from the city, that model will fail. They will never stay. They will get it out of soil sell it out. So, in the same slum area, it can be leased by the government. No revenue laws is conflicting with this. Then that particular slum area can be in situ development can be done. For that, a particular organization engaged by government of Odisha, it is the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank. They make complete study and they were more under my which we started this project. So in my next deliberation, I will say that how we give impetus to private sector and how we have developed a mechanism whereby in terms of policy decisions, in terms of policy executions, in terms of audit, in terms of social and economic audit, engineering audit, and in terms of deliverables, how we made different milestones we have done over the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would love to ask this same question to Sri Sandeep Deshmukh, sir. If you would like to elaborate and tell us about your opening remarks on this topic today.
Sir, in Odisha, Maharashtra,
Maharashtra, the SRA is in functions in 1995, and up till now we have delivered around 2.5 lakh houses to slum dwellers, and another 7 lakh houses are in pipeline. Basically, it is also public PPP model where it is done by the private people for public purpose. Some incentive they got and sale area and everything. And right now we are thinking that all the model is based on the sale area, sale price. So model is not picking up. Government of Maharashtra is also doing on its own the around 2 lakh houses that this model will get boost. There are some areas where sale price is less. So in that area, this PPP model is not working. But where sale price of the houses is more, this model definitely work. And I think Maharashtra is a pioneer in adopting this model.
So I'll ask you for that. So, what do you want to say? Yes, opening remarks.
Thank you, ma'am. As Partha Sakti sir has told, we cannot escape from the reality of public-private partnership. It is inevitable part of the today's administration. If you look at the entire scenario of the government work or the entire administration, it may be health, it may be uh, PWD, I mean communication and roads, it may be building, it may be in agriculture. Everywhere we are entering into the field of public and private partnership because government has limitation. Government can't venture into all sectors. We do really need help of the private sectors. And as sir said, we have to get along with this. And I hope that all governments of India, they have already adapted to this policy and they have been doing very well. And I hope that in days to come, this public-private partnership will get enforced and more development results. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to go over to Kushal Banerjee, sir, to talk about your opening remarks on this today's topic.
One very important aspect of the topic, what you have kept for this and important word in this is innovation. How to bring in innovation in a public-private partnership. So that best comes when you join hands together and leverage the strength of both public and private partnership. As the other panel members, respected panel members have talked about, yes, it's there everywhere. Not only housing, road, bridge, health, everywhere it is there. And it can be in any form, like I'm talking about my own companies, oil and gas sector, what we are doing, as he talked to you about startups. A lot of disruptive technologies are getting imbibed by us. For them, we bring from outside. A lot of new innovations are coming up because of that. So that is really vital. Today, one of the startups I was talking to him on a reduction emission from a DG. I was telling him that emission coming from from across our terminals or the retail outlets and the pumps bring something so that it reduce, bring down the emission, carbon particles. He says, sir, why are you talking about this? For bringing down the reduction. I'll convert that carbon into ink. And your entire stationery, what you buy in your company, a common company, you print with that ink. No, I have never thought about it. I was only thinking about bringing down the emissions. He's thinking one step ahead, conversion of carbon into ink. That's what comes when you join hands together. That innovation, what we talked about, comes because. So this is very important. We want to progress, bring in new things, work together, join hands together. A lot of that's what I wanted to convey. My own experience I'm talking.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for all your wonderful opening remarks. I would like to come to Partho, sir. How can public-private partnerships address the challenges of affordable housing and neither the public or private sector can solve alone? You could elaborate on this answer, sir.
As we have been discussing this morning, that challenge for affordable housing has always been the availability of land and the quality of low cost housing we're doing for them, and the finance, so yes, finance would support what, and how the all the stakeholders who will have their own interest, whatever they will be attracted towards this. Because normally, what happens in a particular this affordable housing sector, as I told you in my earlier discussion as well, that the builders are not very very keen for this because this is subsidy based, whatever subsidy that they get from government, so they were not keen for this. So that is the reason what we have evolved actually. When we evolved, adopted this PPP mode for affordable housing as per the PMAY guideline, we have constituted a consortium. This consortium is a very comprehensive consortium where we deliberately put RERA as a member because every builder has to get a clearance from RERA for their own business purposes. So we thought that if the RERA would be there, at least the builders will say cannot afford to say no. That was strategically put there. So at first that actually the RERA started in Odisha and we kept them as one of the members, and the builders association and all other stakeholders, and it's a government panel headed by the chief secretary and couple of secretaries were there. So we have this consortium was constituted as per the recommendation of the IFC. After this, when the BDA, the Bhubaneswar Development Authority, had given the land to the construction hall, but the important is that whether the quality of construction is proper or not. That is also one of the biggest challenges because it's a low cost housing that cannot mean that you can do anything. So that monitoring was very important. So for 3 years, we have a roadmap, the milestones, and everywhere there is a monitoring system, a group of technical people, the financial people, government officers. So a group of people constantly visiting and giving reports and all. And I'll tell you that for this initiative of the government of Odisha, Odisha is the only state which got the best innovative practices award from the Minister of Urban Affairs, Government of India 2021. So this PPP mode adopted, gentleman told me, yes, it has been implemented in this 95, and now it's no longer failing now. What is important here? What innovations we are putting in this. We must understand the why this particular private partnership is not working. So it is our ability to find because ultimately, since we are a welfare state, we have to put the poorest of the poor people to reach. Naturally, it is a duty bound, and we have to find the reasons of this why it's not working. Because government has government has limitations. Government cannot be anywhere, everywhere. Cannot. They are in terms of ideas, in terms of information also. Always we need information. This is in fact a lot of practices to do. So the experiment has to be continuously in flux. It cannot be dynamic. It has to be cannot be static. So that is what I'm telling you that when we cannot escape from the idea of this PPP mode, we've adopted this, and Odisha government has a complete PPP cell. That is by a secretary, the senior rank principal secretary. It's a department which is headed by one of the principal secretary, senior post office of the state for entire monitoring from across the department, not for housing, all other departments as well. So it is all about what practices you are doing and how transparently you are putting the tender and the responses of the builders, be it with construction, be it water supply, be it ecology, green technology adopted or not, or how these benefits is identified, whether they have the single window clearances or not, whether they are they are investing and whatever they are budgeted quality of there or not, all these things have to be- and accordingly socio-economic auditing also is to be done. So this has been the practices so far. We have a very good response, and in fact we have been successful model because in Bhubaneswar we require around 80,000 houses. Out of it, I think 43, 45,000 houses are already done. So that is one of the models that have succeeded. That is why I'm sharing my own experience. I was the BN commissioner. I was also the senior commissioner. We have experimented. We have succeeded. I can't say I can vouch that we have succeeded 100%. We have succeeded in a very very significant way. So this can be experimented. Thank you.
Thank you so for sharing your perspectives on how the development government of Odisha is happening. So with that, I would like to come to Sambarkar, Milind Sambarkar, sir, from government of Maharashtra. So I would like to ask you, like, driving innovation and efficiency in housing projects. In prospect to that, I would like to ask you that in the island city of Mumbai, particularly South Mumbai, that is grappling with the challenge of redeveloping old and abandoned buildings. So, with over 13,000 buildings, I'm told that around including 12,000 from the colonial period. So, how can this issue be effectively addressed? What innovations is being implemented? If you could throw some light to our esteemed audiences.
Yes, you rightly said. As of today, we have 13,000 old buildings. I wouldn't say each and every building requires repair at this moment, but eventually they are going to be redeveloped. So if you look at the history of this repair board, it is pretty old board. It came into being in 1969. Through the journey of these last 55 years, board has done a lot of things. And you said the word challenge. So every time you come up with some policy, challenges are always there. This board has withstood all challenges by changing the rules, regulation, adapting to the changing situation, and delivering to the needy people. Since initially when we began in 1969, development was going on as per the existing FSI. In 1985, we shifted to 2 FSI. In 99, we increased that to 2.5. In 2009, we shifted to 3 FSI. With incentive of 70%, later on that incentive was changed to 100%. Also, the sizes of the tenements, rehabilitation tenements, has also increased from 225 to 300, along with the incentive and the fungible FSI, of course. So during this period, MADA has issued around 2,400 NOCs, which is going to, house around 5,000 families. And out of this, half of the buildings have already been developed. During this process, what people has told in the morning session, there were many challenges. The first challenge was that the tenants had no right to develop the properties. It was solely dependent on the owner. If the owners come forward with the proposal, then only we could move ahead. So there has been change in the policy. The first change was Government of Maharashtra introduced new section 79A, in which now tenants have been given rights to develop the property. The beauty of the 79A is that it is time bound and compulsory development. If you find a building which is dilapidated in condition, issue notice for 3 months, later on for 6 months. If owner doesn't come forward, then automatically it moves on to the tenant. The tenant has to come up with the proposal within 6 months. If tenant fails, then MADA itself takes over the proposal and MADA develops the property. So the main beauty of 79 is compulsory development and time bound development. So this is going to be really game changer in future. And we have already issued around 55 notices, and our deputy are hearing the matter. And so far, we have received around 48 proposals in a short span of time. We have received 48 proposals that speaks about our success. The second amendment, which government of Maharashtra has done in section 91A, it has happened in many cases that NOCs were issued to the developers, and developers stalled the project. They were not ready to develop the project, and the people were already dishoused. 91A was specifically issued for the projects wherein buildings were demolished and the tenants were shifted to either transit camp or private accommodation, and they were not getting their tenements in time. In such case, again, that is time bound and compulsory development. We issue notice to the owners, that is
start work in 15 days. If not, that land is acquired, it's developed by the MADA. Both the decisions are going to be game changing. And this was the biggest challenge MADA was facing, and MADA has already taken part to solve this challenge. And hopefully, in days to come, we believe that many more proposals will come. I'm happy to tell you most of the proposals which were received under 33(7) as of today under Section 29A, they have come from the tenants. So that speaks about the success of this section. Hopefully, in days to come, we'll definitely deliver. And as I said, it is really a big challenge for the city like this. It's a very congested city. For that, we have shifted to 39, 33, 9 section, which goes for the cluster development. 33(7) is either for individual building or for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 building. But cluster is something like that you can add more buildings in. You can have a cluster of 15, 20 buildings and you can redevelop. In that case, you get many more spaces like open spaces, garden, public utility land. So the decongestion in Mumbai can be done with development under cluster only. So we need to deliver more under 23/9 and as VP sir also told, we are coming up with the project of Kamatipura. Hopefully, in days to come, we are going to put it there, and eventually you will come to know the biggest development that was coming in Mumbai.
Thank you so much, sir. So amazingly said. I would like to, as we are running out of time, just like to come to sir. What role does PP play in the slum rehabilitation authorities initiatives, and how have they contributed to the innovation and efficiency in the housing projects?
Private partnership. As I already told you, our model is PPP. Now in practices when we can change. So our initial surveys or our initial preparedness for the project is done through a private partner or drone-based surveys there, and we enlisted some GIS-based companies. They do surveys for us, so that our cumbersome process are being made easier by the private player. They have the technology. And secondly, basic private participation in slum redevelopment, not only in city. Sanjay Gandhi National Park, there are more than 10,000 number of slum units. The High Court had ordered that they should be resettled out of Sanjay Gandhi National Park. Now the government doesn't have that much machinery and that much space to house them. Private player come and he offered his land. According to our 3310 3.11 regulations, he had built a PP, PAP tenement for them. So now in this case, the private player offered more equity because he offered his land. That place we are only planning authority, and forest department got its work done. Otherwise, forest department doesn't have the ability to do the housing for them. In the whole process, everybody is happy, and I think the best example in our case, PPP, public-private cooperation. Now, facing challenges and innovation. Nowadays, we saw that number of private builders have failed due to financial constraints. So we have innovated our approach. Now we are giving the lenders those projects. The lender can't lose when they lend money to builders. So that there should be confidence in the financial sector that they lend to our projects, means SRA projects. They are not going to fail. So that's what builder fail. And there is a protection for his money. second approach is that we are not uh, the schemes are done by the government in JV mode. The government departments are doing some scheme which are not financially viable otherwise. That their lucrative scheme can be done by the private player and this scheme can be. So anyhow, we are trying to improve, take up the affordable housing and giving.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would like to come to Mr. Kushal Banerjee now. Can you share a case study of PPP that has significantly improved the efficiency in your any of your projects in housing development?
I can talk about many because in a lot of collaborations happen with top-class players, in fact, whether it's automation, or refinery technology, or the blending operation, or the carousel technology, or LPG plants, all those everywhere it is there. We talk about one recent process, talking to you about the startup. We have been with them. We develop them, we jointly work with them, and then we deploy those technologies, what we bring in from them, with joint innovation, and then we reap the benefits and share with the industry. So one such is 4 5 years back, we started working with a startup on. I was showing about the pipelines, okay, about 4 5 thousand pipelines across the country, and this pipeline is really important, especially in India. There are a lot of thefts happen, petrol, diesel, LPG, and those thefts are very, very important, safety related, fire related, because people are local people, they don't understand the fire hazard out of it. Keep pipeline walkers throughout every 20 kilometer, one walker will be there across season, rain, night, every time they are deployed. They've got a centralized control room from where we monitor. We have got a uh, geolocation so that we can monitor from where some disturbance is come or some vibration. So the basis of some vibration, we come to what is happening there in that area. So if people go and reach, so that is to be problematic because people manually going, somebody walking, walkers, pipeline walkers walking across. This is not a very suitable system and all. So we started working with this startup, came with a software management system of the pipelines, enter pipeline infrastructure. So within a distance, somebody is digging or some tractor is moving behind next to the pipeline, whatever it is we started getting those alarms in the control room. And those alarms again were further screened into false alarms. Many times it may not be an attempt to theft. Just somebody is digging somewhere outside the house. So those things again were jointly developed, screened. Then we rolled out as a POC pilot for a Bombay Pune Sholapur pipeline. Monitored it. So huge where we started monitoring, and pipeline workers were asked not to go through the hardships. We reduced that. And then our pipeline management system became so good, so fast. Decision making is to happen. So that we deployed, we gave him a order worth 2.5 crore to the startup to deploy across the pipelines. So he has done, and now he has been getting picked up by other royal industry members. He's getting picked up by Gulf, those nations where a lot of pipelines are there. So this is one example where we are really innovated from a system on the pipeline management. So this is there are many like this of this partnership.
So to conclude this topic today and this panel discussion, I would just like to quickly come to each one of you and ask your perceptions, your views about the road ahead for driving innovation and efficiency in housing projects. One by one, sir, if I could start with you, sir. The road ahead and your concluding remarks.
again, as Robert Frost says, miles to go and promises to keep. So as Pooja told that we have to see a road ahead, what the future is in store for us. As all of us know that the PMAOA guideline is very, very housing for all. And that is the spirit behind this philosophy of the entire executive. And private public partnership is not new, but it is constantly being renewed in its approach, in its strategies, in its collaborations. But we also keep an organic pace with the change in time and technology. They also do that. So it's always a win-win situation. My only concern is that if we cannot evolve a proper policy framework by taking all the stakeholders' views and concerns, then policy will eventually fail. So if we think that affordable housing can be possible through this model, which have been successful in our state, maybe in other states also might have been successful. In other departments it might have been successful as well here. So why not? Why not bank up on this and take this model ahead and put all the recent all innovations, whatever we have, best practices we listen from others and all, we can always execute that. There could be court cases, there could be some impossible things which cannot be executed. There is always a plan B for us. How best we can do that. Our ultimate aim is that we have to provide the poorest of the poor just to get a shelter. That's why I started in my speech in the beginning what Matthew Desmond says that housing is dignity, housing is stability. Housing is only thing if you do not have a shelter, the entire ecology of life fails. You cannot do that. So this is what I feel that if we have this in mind that हाँ हमको घर बनाना है, then बना सकते हैं आप. There could be challenges. There could be many challenges. Every day we face the challenges. We all officers face challenges. वही होना चाहिए. लास्ट एक लाइन में बोल दूंगा. मैं उठना चाहता हूँ. मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ. मैं दौड़ना चाहता हूँ. मैं कितना भी चाहता हूँ. लेकिन I want to fly. I want to run. I never know. I will not stop. We keep on trying. Thank you.
Sir, I would list one any views on the road ahead and your closing remarks. So, Professor, you want to say?
I just wanted to say, I was just saying that clipping went to the lunch was talking reform, perform, transform. That will only happen when there is a partnership, we collaborate, take each other's the plus point, the strengths, and in various aspects, various areas apart from housing, infrastructure, renewable energy integration, financing support, sustainable development, very huge possibilities there. Collaboration and work together, creating an innovation, perform and taking to newer heights.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our esteemed panelists and our wonderful audience. I would like to ask our anchor to kindly take it over now. Thank you.
Well, I think it was really a fabulous and a very interactive panel discussion, and I think we can also use round of applause for this. Come on. Well, thank you. And of course, I'll moving forward, I'll call upon and request Mr. Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner, Urban Development and Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to come on board and felicitate our entire panelists along with moderators. Thank you, sir, for joining in. Well, a very power-packed discussion, I must say, and yeah, not many questions to be answered, but I'll be here with for a while, and of course, we can always get interactive. We have another fabulous panel once again coming up. Let us discuss more on housing and infra development and how we can help it to drive our economy. Well, requesting and calling upon Mr. Milind Pandurang Shambarkar to please join us on center stage and accept the memento. A very huge round of applause for Dr. Partha Sarthi Mishra, and of course calling upon Milind Pandurang Shambarkar, Chief Officer of Mumbai Building Repairs and Reconstruction, Government of Maharashtra. Please accept the memento. Thank you so much for giving your time and your valuable input. Requesting Shri Sandeep Deshmukh, Secretary, Slum Rehabilitation Authority, Government of Maharashtra, to accept the memento. Fabulous and incredible insight, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Requesting Kushal Banerjee, Chief General Manager, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. Thank you so much once again for joining in. Parikshit sir, I'll request you to please join us on stage. To felicitate the moderator, Pooja Banerjee, Senior Assistant Editor, Gov. A huge round of applause for her for leading this panel discussion. I request all the panelists along with the moderator to join us at the center along with the mementos and magazine. I think before we move towards conclusion, right, we can have a huge round of applause. Come on, that also keeps us activated and energized throughout. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Pooja Banerjee, for having such a powerful discussion out here. Well, we know we have all come here for an insightful day today. Let's talk more about the next topic. So, housing and infra development are the cornerstones of a thriving economy like us. However, definitely the success of these projects depends just not only on the construction but also the financial frameworks that support them. Well, let us put more guidelines and highlight the entire thing. How HFC's bank provide accessible, affordable financing options for home buyers, contributing to the housing sector growth in total. Role, of course, of financial institution is mobilizing private investments for large-scale infrastructure projects. But let us know more on that detail. We have an industry expert coming on board talking on it. Firstly, I'll call upon the panelists, one by one, leaders and industry experts joining today from their very busy schedule out here, requesting and calling upon Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner of Development and Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to join the stage. Thank you so much. On the leader coming up on stage is Anil Wankere, Deputy CEO, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Government of Maharashtra. Along with Ajay Pawar, Finance Controller, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Government of Maharashtra, and of course, Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head, Awas Financial Limited. A huge round of applause for Rajiv as well. And yes, that's not all. We have a very talented gentleman heading the moderating this session, Anush Sharma, lead strategic partnerships, eGov magazine, Elets Technomedia. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Come on.
Thank you, Shweta, for a wonderful, lovely introduction. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this second edition of National Housing and Infrastructure Summit. We are here towards the very fag end of the day. Well, it has been a very exciting, day. We started with the very first session inaugural, wherein we got to hear our housing minister, Shri Atul Savit, then followed by wonderful presentations by our industry partners. And we are thankful thankful for all the support. Now, I think I'll be very, very to the point because I know that people have been waiting since morning. Good to see such a right number of people here even to the very end. So, this session is specifically about the role of housing finance companies and banks. How these companies feel housing and infrastructure projects. Let me begin with one opening statement. And we have a set of panelists here who have joined here from variety of jobs, variety of departments. Right from MADA, we have a speaker from outside Maharashtra as well joining here from Madhya Pradesh, Shri Parikshit Sanjay Rao. We have Anil Wankhere sir, who is the Deputy CEO at Maharashtra Housing Area Development Authority. And we also have Mr. Ajay Pawar, who is the Finance Controller at MADA. And I myself, Anuj Sharma, I head the strategy for Elets Technomedia and eGov magazine. So, as we know that, we are aware how finance companies and banks they play a very pivotal role when it comes to the financing capital investment of any housing project. As we are aware, we have a very flagship scheme of government of India, PMAY, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Housing for All HF. These missions are been running for last 4 to 5 years, and Maharashtra has played a very crucial role in the success of such mission, and it is among the great top 5 states in terms of providing housing for all. We have a lot of challenges we are faced, like specifically in terms of once we build the housing project. Now the question comes how we are going to fund it, how people are going to get those finance help and all, and that's where banks play important role. I missed out one name, Mr. Rajiv Johnson. I hope you are here, sir. Okay, okay, you are still. So we have Awas Financial Limited also joined here in this time. Sure, sure. Mr. Selvin, the Chief Business Officer from Awas Financial. Ladies and gentlemen, he is here for the panel instead of Mr. Rajiv Johnson, who was earlier supposed to. I'll begin, with a brief introduction statement about, this role of housing finance company and banks from all the panelists. And very briefly, you can talk in just 3 to 4 minutes about what comes to your mind when we think housing finance companies with the housing projects. Uh, just quick 2 to 3 minutes about it because a lot of people think about housing projects as in terms of infrastructure. They always miss out those housing finance and finances part of it. So just 2 to 3 minute opening statement. I'll begin with Mr. Mankit to start with like in your opening statement for just 3 to 4 minutes, and then I'll move to specific questions for each one of you.
Good evening, everyone. I could see tired faces of all my senior colleagues and my colleagues also. Will not take much of your time. Project finance is one of the very, very important aspects, I suppose. We in MADA, I think we have not approached any finance company or finance for construction of houses so far. Because MADA ancestrally was receiving land from government free of cost, either free of cost or under Urban Land Ceiling Act. Urban Land Ceiling Act is repealed in 2008. So ever since the act is repealed, we are facing problems with the land. Now, since the land was made available at free of cost or at nominal cost, so it was easy for us to construct affordable houses and make it available at affordable cost to the citizen. Ever since the act is repealed, we have no option but to acquire the land. In case you have to acquire land, minimum compensation is double the retention cost. Now, since suppose we acquire land like this, again the houses don't become. So this is one aspect. MADA, as I told you, don't get into the receiving finance. Now, the second part, which is very, very important according to me, is financing to the beneficiaries. Now, MHADA is constructing LIG, EWS houses, as well as under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, various houses across Maharashtra. What I primarily have seen is these poor people are facing a lot of challenges for receiving finances. Now, many people who are from EWS category doesn't have their regular source of income. They may be a rickshaw driver, they may be vegetable vendor, they may be anybody from across our life. So that is the biggest challenge for them to arrange the finance. I have come across some of the cases where the beneficiaries have registered themselves. They intended to buy the house, but because they could not arrange their finances, they dropped. So there are such cases available with MHADA. So my request to the finance companies would be to kindly please have some mechanism, have some policies, have some tailor-made scheme for them and finance them. I can understand. I spoke to some of the finance companies, private finance companies, and some banks also as well. They were saying, "Ki in case they default, how do we recover our money?" I told them, "Ki Bhada house is a guarantee because this house, when we allot to the beneficiary, it is allotted with lot of conditions. He can't sell that house in open market. He has to take our permission. Even if suppose he has to rent house, he has to take our NOC. So there are lot of such things whereby the finance company will be assured that their loan will not be defaulted. And even if in some cases that issue propped up, so MADA will be always there to support them. I will go beyond and say that if any specific terms and condition is to be devised or allotment condition is to be changed, we are ready for that. But I request all finance companies to please consider this. Thank you.
Wonderful, Mr. Wankere, and that was very, very exciting and enriching to know that MHADA is there to support, for the mission. And now I would like to move on to Mr. Parikshit Sanjay Rao. So if you can broadly tell about current scenario in the state of Madhya Pradesh for the housing for all mission, where we stand as on today. Also, your opening statement. Anything
थैंक
that
यू
you want to
गुड
share.
इवनिंग एवरीवन सुबह से अपन सभी लोग हाउसिंग के बारे में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं थोड़ा सा चेयर बट जस्ट टू एनहांस इट to add to Ankad's because these challenges are there in every जैसे महाराष्ट्र की भी जो अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज है सारी इंडिया की अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज है इनका फाइनेंशियल कंस्ट्रेंट रहता है उनको अपार्ट फ्रॉम हाउसिंग वेरियस जो पब्लिक सर्विसेज है उसकी डिलीवरी देना पड़ता है जिसमें आपका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स स्वच्छता एंड ऑल इंक्लूडेड सो अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग इज ऑन देयर लिस्ट प्रायोरिटी निकाय की लिस्ट प्रायोरिटी पे रहता है और प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना अंतर्गत जो प्रोजेक्ट बनते हैं उसमें जो क्रॉस सब्सिडी वाली बात मैंने सुबह कही थी मतलब फाइनेंसिंग की जो बात कही थी वहाँ पे जो हाउसिंग बैंक्स है हमारी कमर्शियल बैंक्स है आवास कंपनी जैसे मतलब नॉन बैंकिंग फाइनेंशियल कंपनीज है इनका रोल बहुत बड़ा हो जाता है क्योंकि जो गैप फंडिंग करना होता है क्योंकि निकाय के पास इतनी राशि होती नहीं है कि जो अपना पार्ट उसमें से इन्वेस्ट कर सके सेकेंडली जो हितग्राही रहते हैं उनके पास भी इतनी फंडिंग अवेलेबल नहीं रहती कि जो फिर उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन अपना जब तक उनको आवास पोजीशन में नहीं मिल जाता है वो अपना कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं देते हैं सो द क्वेश्चन ऑफ लिक्विडिटी टू द कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कम्स while while we are building the project तो एग्जांपल के लिए मैं हमारे यहाँ की एक साइट का एग्जांपल देना चाहूंगा कि हमारा जो एएचपी का मॉडल था जैसे क्रॉस सब्सिडी वाला उन्होंने एलआईजी एमआईजी शॉप सब प्लान में कर लिया था कि उसको हम बेच के हमारा डेवलपमेंट वाला पार्ट बनाएंगे बट अगेन as the process was started they have used utilized and part of the project मतलब जो सेंटर का ग्रांट आता है स्टेट का ग्रांट आता है उन्होंने यूज कर लिया देन क्या है के पास ड्यू टू कोविड एंड अदर रीजंस उनके पास क्या जो पैसा था वो नहीं मिला। इतना ही अपना जो पार्ट इन्वेस्ट करना जब तक आवाज नहीं मिलता है तब तक नहीं जाता है। तो लिक्विडिटी क्रंच हो गई, प्रोजेक्ट स्टॉल हो गया। सो दैट व्हाट दैट निकाय डिड कि उन्होंने एक ओपन मार्केट में फॉर लोन प्रोजेक्ट किया है। लकीली नेशनल हाउसिंग बैंक उसमें आई है और लगभग उन्होंने 49 सीआर का लोन उनको है ऑन इजी टर्म उनको अवेलेबल किया है। So that project started running, and again the Israel had confidence in that project, and they started investing again. So coming back to my point, आवास में अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग में बैंकिंग कंपनी हो, नॉन बैंकिंग फाइनेंस कंपनीज हो, नेशनल हाउसिंग बैंक हो और कमर्शियल बैंक हो, इनका एक प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंसिंग रिफाइनेंसिंग में एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है जो कि आगे हमारा पीपीवाई 2.0 अभी आ ही रहा है, इस मतलब कैबिनेट से अप्रूव हो गया है। सो इसमें उनका रोल बहुत बड़ा रहेगा और उससे ही हम अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग का जो हमारा टारगेट है हाउसिंग फॉर ऑल ये हम अचीव कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Parikshit. Well said and very, very rightly, both of you and Ajit sir's role of housing finance companies and banks. Very, very crucial to have this mission moving towards a successful journey. Uh, in this one, I would like to shift. I was asking Mr. Ajay, but then I think it's good too if I ask Mr. Selvan, since both of the gentlemen have pointed out the role of HFC and we have Awas Financial. And let me tell you, Awas is one of the top five, HFC players in Maharashtra. They are working actively here. So it's good to have their perspective also on the panel. So Mr. Selvan, if you can address few of the challenges being raised, especially when situation like this arises, that even after allotment, the people are not able to meet their financial things and also how is Awas ready for this and how they are ready to collaborate even pan India state government. I'm sure you are doing great here. And if you want to share your perspective and address
everyone. So I think so I am the only solution here right now. I am happy to be here today actually. प्रोसेसिंग अभी एमपी जाके आया, कल रात को ही पहुंचा इधर, ठीक है। सो एमपी का जो मेरा कस्टमर बेस मिला, मैंने उज्जैन गया था, उज्जैन में बहुत पंडित लोग को मिला, ठीक है। एंड एवरी मंथ आई डू अराउंड 7 टू 8 पंडित के, ओके। आज जैसे बोलेगा पंडित लोग का जो इनकम रेवेन्यू है महीने का उधर 1 लाख रुपए है। पेपर में तो दिख नहीं रहा था मुझे, पर मैं जब विजिट किया ना उनका इनकम जब हम असेस किए, बिकॉज़ वी हैव अ अंडरराइटिंग टीम जो जाके उनके साथ बैठ के समझते हैं। मैंने 3-4 ऑटो वाले को मिला, ठीक है? वी फंडेड दैट कस्टमर, मैंने खुद बैठ के हमने किया में जाके, जो ऑटो का उज्जैन का जो मंदिर है, उसमें गेट 1, गेट 2, गेट 3 ये 3 गेट में जाने के लिए वो 5 मिनट में ₹40 कमाता है। So this type of assessment सिर्फ हम लोग ही कर रहे हैं, ठीक है? Because we believe that हमारे 80% of the customer base is unserved and unserved market में प्रोजेक्ट है। पाटिल जी ने बोला कि बहुत से अलॉटमेंट तो हो जाते हैं, पर वो हो सकता है मेड सर्वेंट हो सकता है ड्राइवर हो, बट हमारा जो ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड है, हमारा 90% ऑफ कस्टमर यही सेगमेंट से है, ठीक है? जैसा मतलब कोइंसिडेंस है कि मैं एमपी जाके आ गया, ठीक है? तो वी हैव मोर देन 2 लाख कस्टमर्स आउट ऑफ व्हिच 90-95% कस्टमर्स आर अफोर्डेबल कस्टमर्स। तो पीएमआई का जब हमको अनाउंसमेंट मिला, तो हमारे मैनेजमेंट ने एमडी साहब ने क्लियर कट विजन दिया है कि हमको वी हैव टू बी द फर्स्ट in funding this PMI project. And we have a licensing officer also जो मेरे साथ है जो regular basis पे. See, Awas is the only organization, okay, which is separate vertical for affordable business. Affordable business means only for the government. Okay, we have who's a vertical head for this entire project. We have a license officer who is licensing with all government departments to do tie-up and we fund this. So this is a separate vertical. So we are saying that हम जो भारत बोलते हैं ना हम we are actually भारत. तो आपको किधर भी प्रॉब्लम होगा तो I'm giving you confidence that we will be there. Okay, and we will be not asking the income proof दिखाओ. What we are going to do is go and visit the customer and understand. मैं आपको I will give you some example in Maharashtra. ठीक है, मैं रिसेंटली एक पानी पूरी वाले को फंड किया है 12 लाख रुपए. ओके, उसका दिन का रेवेन्यू था 5,000 रुपया, खर्चा था 1000, तो 3-4,000 उसका नेट प्रॉफिट। मैंने कभी नींबू बेचते हैं ना, नींबू और मिर्ची बेचते हैं, उसको फंड किया। सो आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू एन एग्जांपल so that I'm creating a confidence, okay, that we are there. So I'm really open to all the officials of government. Okay, wherever there is a project, we will be there, and I want to be the part of it. हम regular basis पे जो भी tripartite कर रहा है, MOU कर रहा है, we are really open for this.
Great, Mr. Selvi. I think I'm sure it is very exciting and good to know that Abbas is ready to support the government, customers, and users. Definitely, definitely is, and all have to work together to make it a success. I would want to move to Mr. Ajay Pawar, who is acting as a financial controller for MADA. Sir, from your perspective, I would want to know how do you see housing finance mission and we have heard Ajit sir, that in your role as a finance controller, what are the major challenges that you foresee when government towards successful implementation in terms of what is any hurdle that you can see that I would specifically want to know from you since you are working at the ground level as a finance controller. The top players are at the policy level, but then you can tell us the root causes if there are any hindrances that I would specifically want to know from you.
थैंक्स। गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। आपने जैसे चैलेंजेस तो हर्डल्स है, चैलेंजेस है, लेकिन उसके साथ में अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी बहुत है। तो सपोज वी जस्ट फोकस विद अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग की जितने स्कीम्स है, तो जो प्रमोटर है उसके एंगल से अगर सोचते हैं तो उसका सोर्स ऑफ फाइनेंस है, तो देयर आर 5 to 6 टाइप ऑफ सोर्स। one source is his own finance, second source is project finance to the developer by the bank, second is cost subsidy which government, central government, state government is promoting for affordable housing. Third part is the beneficiaries who pay the amount from their own income source, and fifth source is the beneficiary loan component which can be provided by either bank or if not possible by nationalized bank, then NBFC's role is important. So these five types of sources are there. Now, when we focus on affordable housing, so these types of projects are very cost effective, cost to cost project. So the builder is there is a capping for the upper price limit, so he cannot sell the flat for high cost. So it's very important that the cash flow तो his project is very important because 2 साल अगर उसका प्रोजेक्ट चलता है 2 या 3 साल, तो 2-3 साल में उसको जैसे-जैसे फंड्स जो-जो स्टेट में रिक्वायरमेंट है, सिर्फ फंड्स रिक्वायरमेंट इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, उसको टाइम ऑफ फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट के साथ फंड्स मिलना वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। अदरवाइज़ वो प्राइस एस्केलेशन होगा, कॉस्ट इतना बढ़ जाएगा, द होल प्रोजेक्ट विल बी स्टैग्नेटेड। तो ये केस में वो ओन कंट्रीब्यूशन उनका ज़्यादा होता नहीं है। ना प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंसिंग के बारे में नेशनल हाउसिंग बैंक और जितने भी नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक है उनके साथ बहुत टाइप डिस्कशन चलता है, कन्वर्सेशन होता है कि वो उनके जो असेसमेंट पॉलिसी है, प्रोजेक्ट गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट है इसलिए वो उनकी असेसमेंट पॉलिसी बहुत वीक करके उनको फाइनेंसिंग अफोर्ड टाइमली करती है। तो ये एक टाइप का फाइनेंस हो जाता है। सेकंड थर्ड पार्ट इज़ जो कॉस्ट सब्सिडी है, गवर्नमेंट की कॉस्ट सब्सिडी इम्प्लीमेंट करने का एज़ अ फाइनेंशियल कंट्रोलर रूल हमारा होता है। सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की जितनी भी सब्सिडी है, वो हम जैसा ही टाइमली जब जब वो ड्यू होती है, वो इमीडिएटली उनके अकाउंट में मिलने का मैक्सिमम हम कोशिश करते हैं। और साथ में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है 1 लाख का, तो 40,000, 40,000, 20,000 3 स्टेजेस जो है, तो तीनों स्टेजेस कट करके बीएलसी कंपोनेंट में हमने डायरेक्टली बेनिफिशियरी जैसे ही आइडेंटिफाई होता है, तो पूरा 1 लाख रुपए हम इनिशियल स्टेज में देते हैं और प्रमोशन एक्टिविटीज़। और तीसरा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट का भी जो सब्सिडी है, वो इमीडिएटली पास ऑन करते हैं। और फोर्थ पार्ट जो आता है, तो जैसे बेनिफिट्स अलग-अलग टाइप के जैसे आवास के अभी हेड ने यहाँ पे कहा कि उनका ओन फाइनेंस एक तो कम होता है या अफोर्डेबल सेगमेंट में उनका आईटीआर डॉक्यूमेंट भी इतना प्रॉपर होता नहीं जो कि नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक उनको लोन दे। नेशनलाइज्ड बैंक का जो रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है आरएलएलआर जो आरबीआई के रेट से लिंक्ड है, वो समथिंग अराउंड 8.4 8.5 जो कि अफोर्डेबल है लेकिन उनको मिल नहीं सकता नेशनलाइज बैंक जो रिस्क नहीं ले रहे हैं, वो एनबीएफसी मेजर रोल प्ले करते हैं, जहाँ पे 2% एक्स्ट्रा लेते हैं इंटरेस्ट, लेकिन दे प्ले अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल। और जैसे मैंने अभी सर को पूछा कि यही कस्टमर अगर आपके पास लोन लेता है तो 2-3 साल वो अगर प्रॉपर रीपेमेंट करता है तो उसका आईटीआर स्ट्रांग होता है, तो आप उनका रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कम कर देते हैं। तो सर ने यस कहा, तो ये एडवाइस है कि सिर्फ उसको 2 या 3 साल ये ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट रेट का बर्डन पड़ना चाहिए, अदरवाइज उसका वापस नेशनलाइज बैंक के हिसाब से रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट कम होना चाहिए, बिकॉज उसका रिस्क असेसमेंट कम हो चुका है। तो ये 5 चीजें इंपॉर्टेंट है। और इसके साथ ही ये जो स्कीम्स है, ये बेनिफिशियरी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मिलने के और हिसाब से गवर्नमेंट ने इसमें बहुत से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रोड, सीवेज, एसटीपी, सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट, वाटर सोर्स ये अवेलेबल गवर्नमेंट करके ऑलरेडी करता है। इसकी वजह से बेनिफिशियरी यहाँ पे आने के लिए वो बिल्डर पर भी अदर जो एक्स्ट्रा बर्डन है कॉस्ट का, वो नहीं आता है। और नगर में ऐसे अनेक स्कीम्स है, नगर में सक्सेसफुल भी किया है। 5 लाख का घर है, 5 लाख के घर में 2.5 लाख की सब्सिडी सेंट्रल स्टेट की आती है, रिमेनिंग 2.5 में 2,10,000 तक के लोन बैंक से अप्रूव होता है, सिर्फ 40,000 का ओन कंट्रीब्यूशन भरना होता है। और 2,10,000 का अगर सोचे तो 2 या 3,000 ईएमआई आते हैं, जो रेंट से भी कम है। गवर्नमेंट ने स्टैम्प ड्यूटी 1,000 रुपये स्टैम्प ड्यूटी रखा है। इतने सारे एस्पेक्ट से हर्डल होने के बावजूद भी इतने अपॉर्चुनिटीज अपने फाइंड आउट गवर्नमेंट ने किए, और ये स्कीम सक्सेसफुल हो रही है, और इससे भी ज्यादा सक्सेसफुल होगी श्योर।
मिस्टर अजय, आई थिंक बहुत ही शानदार तरीके से आपने इस सवाल का जवाब दिया। एंड एक चीज व्हिच आई रियली लाइक्ड fact we all of us appreciate that's what exactly my question was कि फाइनेंस कंट्रोलर का क्या रोल होता है इस स्थिति में, एंड दैट इज one very important thing is कि timely release of that compensation to the beneficiary. So if finance controller are able to get that, a lot of challenges can be met through this. So I think congrats to you, sir, and you're doing a great job. My now next question would again I shift to Mr. I would quickly want to understand from you, Mr. Vankari, what are current policies or some plans that you have. I mean, you did mention that currently you have not partnered with HFC for this matter, but are there any future plans for the same? How policies are governing this whole if you want to tie up with the any bank or NBFCs? What are the current scenario? Adding to this question, you can also answer about is there any pipeline projects for housing for all mission in the future, or if there is anything ongoing which people would be enlightened to know which they are not yet aware. So if something is in pipeline, you can please mention that also. This.
Yes, I would like to know, talk about the projects which are not feasible. Now, I'll tell you the role of MADA. MADA is primarily making affordable houses available to the citizen. Now, there is another role of MADA, like redevelopment of the MADA layout. In Mumbai, anywhere in Maharashtra, wherever the project is feasible, viable, and lucrative, obviously the private player will come forward and grab that opportunity. Now, what will happen to the projects which are not feasible? It may be not feasible because of the density of that population or use of FSI. In case the entire FSI is already utilized, there is no incentive FSI scope of layout. There can be CRZ issue, there can be a civil aviation issue, there can be a defense issue because of that old colonies are not getting developed. Now, in such cases, uh, as our VP sir in the morning stated, we are ready to redevelop because we have that mandate. It's not like we are ready. We consider this as one of our challenge. Now, in such cases, the major problem is cash flow. Now, in case suppose we go in for a EPC tender, now suppose this project is not feasible through the developer model, so we will have to construct the rehab component first, and then probably the vacant land we will sell it to the market, or maybe we'll construct the sale component. My problem would be how to manage my revenue for rehab. I will be requiring those funds, those cash flow. For that, look upon institutions fund us. In case we get those viability, maybe we'll require this viability in project, and after completion of this project, we will get revenue out of this project, and then same revenue can be utilized for other non-viable projects. So this is one of the aspects. Second, I had an opportunity to work with MMRD and Metro Corporation, where the large-scale funding, international funding, they have organized, arranged from JICA, World Bank, ADB. So I happen to be working on such finances issues. So mega finances are being funded by some big agencies. So I personally spoke to JICA representatives and I posed MADA proposals that whether they are willing to fund these projects. Because in one of the wrap-up meeting in Maharashtra at Chief Secretary level, they did agree that they are ready to fund for other projects in Maharashtra. So we are looking at that opportunity also because in case the JICA funding we are able to get, so it is about 3.5% of the interest, and that too we will be repaying that amount in yen. So there is no dollar liability. So these are various issues in funding, project funding, and I'll come back to the original earlier my statement. I'm very happy to understand from my colleague that uh, they are willing to fund our EWS, MIG, LIG beneficiaries. So I think like this, many companies should come forward. Because of this, I'm sure the beneficiaries will come forward and the tenements which are not being sold. Now, in Bhada, our 3,500 crore rupees is blocked in unsold inventory. So many places we are struggling with getting the beneficiaries because there is a criteria that his income should be so and so. I can't sell in the open market. So in case the I think funding is arranged, so this challenge can be addressed. Thank you.
Great, great, Ajit. I think so. Challenge that you mentioned, I think once I'll move again to Awas, they would be interested. I would want to ask Mr. Parikshit, what are your takes? I mean, you did mention that housing for all or people. This is least priority, but then what are the current scenario if you can mention here, and also projects in pipeline. So adding to what Mr. Ajit said, yes, the same challenge is faced in the state of Madhya Pradesh also.
Add to one Khade sir, because your question was linked to that only. Uh, if you understand the PMAY urban guidelines, it is a vertical called as CLSS, Credit Linked Subsidy Scheme. There, the government of India set some targets where they fund the interest subsidy directly into the account of beneficiary for a particular like 4% interest, 5% interest. That subsidy is given by the government of India directly to the beneficiaries. That scheme, I think all over India, that scheme is 100% success because it is very easy to avail, easy for banks to approach the beneficiaries for this because for affordable housing, if someone is getting interest subsidy in the form of in the loan that they avail. Uh, Basically, they are helping it to reduce the principal as well as interest to around 2 lakhs per beneficiary. So that help is given by the government for affordable housing. But again, I would like to request on this point कि, for PLC that beneficiary link जो कंस्ट्रक्शन है उसमें जैसे शुरू में सर ने बोला है कि जो पानी पूरी वाला है, कोई भी जो हमारा वेंडर है या कोई जो मतलब हैंड टू माउथ वाला व्यक्ति है, उनके पास उनके इनकम सर्टिफिकेट हो, सिबिल स्कोर हो, वो सारे डॉक्यूमेंटेशन जो बैंक लोन लेने के लिए लगते हैं, that is not available. So the challenge to tap that beneficiary, to help that beneficiary, to enroll that beneficiary, MP has come out, as I said, एक party agreement where you will be act as guarantor कि उसका जो मतलब जहाँ पे भी घर बन रहा है, जैसे आपने बोला था कि मार्डा का जो हाउस है वो एक एज़ अ कोलैटरल एक्ट करता है। वहाँ पे उसकी जो ज़मीन है जिसमें उसका घर बना हुआ था, कच्चा घर था या उसके पास पट्टा है या अधिकार पत्र है, तो दैट एक्ट एज़ अ कोलैटरल एंड वी आस्क द बैंक्स टू टेक दिस एज़ अ कोलैटरल एंड give them some loan. Secondly, in every forum, like the district level banking committee meetings are there, state level banking committees meetings are there. This agenda is there for monitoring because without the state intervention, without administrative or intervention, banks generally don't focus on these issues. So जो पेंडिंग इश्यूज या बैंक के पास मतलब कभी-कभी ऐसा हो जाता है कि लोन स्वीकृत हो गया पर डिसबर्स नहीं हुआ। तो फिर जो हम फिगर्स उनको बताते हैं कि आपने लोन तो स्वीकृत करके रखा है फिर डिसबर्स क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो? तो जैसे-जैसे कलेक्टर या फिर हम जैसे नगरीय निकाय है या फिर स्टेट लेवल की बैंकिंग जो कमिटी है वो उनको फोर्स करती है या उनको मॉनिटर करती है, तो स्लोली दे स्टार्ट गिविंग आउट द लोन्स। So that challenge is also there. So at the end of the day, the solution for affordable housing is, I think, simplifying all these procedures so that the ground level beneficiary who needs affordable house can avail the banking sector easily. And secondly, as said previously, you will need to get that infrastructure financing. Like Vanvale sir said कि बड़े-बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स में वर्ल्ड बैंक, जापान वाले बैंक सब मतलब देते हैं। बट हाउसिंग सेक्टर का अगर मान लो 100 करोड़ का भी प्रोजेक्ट है तो उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फाइनेंसिंग में हमारी बैंक कमर्शियल बैंक तो ये थोड़ा-सा आगे-पीछे देखती है। तो कहीं न कहीं हमें अगर अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग में आगे बढ़ना है तो बैंकिंग सेक्टर हैव टू थिंक डिफरेंटली to ensure goal that has been researched by government of India. Thank you.
Great, great, Mr. Parikshit. I think it's a very great move by the government of Madhya Pradesh acting as a guarantee for the user. So I think this is very worth appreciating. I want to move to Mr. Selvin now that now we've shifted to a different angle of conversation. Now, one common problem which emerges is the project funding and such things. Awas and other NBFCs banks are pretty active when it comes to meeting financial needs of the users and the beneficiary. But is NBFC or if I specifically ask Awas, not Awas, then since you are from that financial and banking industry, what are your views? Can those NBFCs and banks be open to collaborate with the government for the fundings also? And if yes, then what are any criteria or any challenges that you see if you are not going forward with this? If this question you can specifically try to answer, Mrs. From
We are very much ready to fund the beneficiaries. As of now, project funding we are not allowed. We are not able to do that as of now. So yes, we are always ready to help the beneficiaries. So project funding will be not be possible for us. Okay. Yeah, in some of the cases we are construction funding for small time. Things. Okay, which, there's the amount of restriction like 2 crore, 3 crore of that. Okay, that's small time. Where it is not connected to any RERA. Then it was small funding. But yes, we are not open for big funding as of now.
if not ours, then specifically from the banking industry and that you can relate like
Yeah.
what are the challenges that
See,
majorly
NBFCs are not so aggressive in project funding. Okay, there was some of the NBFCs who were project funding. The banks should go come ahead to do the funding for the government projects. I am in favor of that. Okay, they should come actually. And for my experience, if you see, as my colleague had presented, okay, there's a different view on the delinquency. Okay, the customers which we have purely affordable customer, low income profile customer, customers who don't have any asset income. Okay, they are a lower delinquency customer. Okay, if you see our delinquency NPA percentage is less than 1%, which is best in industries. Okay, if you, I can say that this type of customers are really emotionally connected to the project because the first house for them. Okay, so I think so. Government, national banks, okay, big banks should come here to to fund the projects. I can see how deeply he was to get fund. But yes, I'm so confident that we will be there for beneficiary for sure.
Great, great. That is also important. But will move to Mr. Ajit. On the same perspective, can you, in fact, I would like to ask you something different because we have heard from Ajit sir. For the financial and housing for projects, in fact, you can answer that. What are some of the measures that government or any will educate the customer? Because one challenge is getting beneficiary also. If they are not educated, if they're not aware about the latest schemes, especially in their state, so as a part of MADA finance, and as far as your knowledge, you can answer this like what are few measures according to you that government should take in MADA specifically is doing or housing department of Maharashtra they are specifically anything about this for the education of the user and beneficiary.
Yes. First of all, I'll tell just few lines about the previous question regarding project finance. So nationalized bank are very much inclined to do project finance because their calculation works with loans and advances. So lots of them the government institute who have excess of fund, they invest in it. In fact, MADA itself, we received 8.05 rate of interest on investments. तो जब हमको 8 की रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हमको मिल रहा है तो इतना लेंडिंग हमको इंटरेस्ट रेट दे के ले रहे हैं तो उनको आगे फॉरवर्ड करके अगर लोन देना है तो ये बैंक का वर्किंग चलता है तो हार्डली 0.5% के मार्जिन पे काम करके वो बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट इंस्टीट्यूशन में लोन देते हैं गवर्नमेंट को प्रोजेक्ट में लोन देने के लिए हमेशा इंक्लाइंड होते हैं बट इट शुड वर्क आउट सर ने जैसा कहा कि उससे भी कम इंटरेस्ट से इंस्टीट्यूट इंटरनेशनल देते हैं वी शुड एक्सप्लोर wherever the opportunity is. सेकंड थिंग आपका जो सेकंड क्वेश्चन था कि लिटरेसी बढ़ाने के लिए गवर्नमेंट क्या स्टेप्स ले रहा है ये सेकंड यूनिट में तो इसमें भी अगर अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग में अगर देखते हैं तो थोड़ा ऑर्गेनाइज्ड अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड जैसे दोनों पार्ट आते हैं बीएलसी यूएलबी की ओर से जो सेक्टर में अर्बन एरियाज में में भी स्कीम है लेकिन अर्बन के बारे में बोलूंगा वो जो इंडिविजुअल बेनिफिशियरीज है तो उनके बेनिफिशरीज का अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर पे होता है डायरेक्ट उनको बेनिफिशरी के अकाउंट में उनका ट्रांसफर फंड्स करते हैं स्कीम के डिटेल्स उनके पास है बेसिकली प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है उन लिटरेसी का जरूरत वहाँ ज़्यादा है। यूजुअली व्हाट हैपेंस कि वो सेक्टर में जैसा ही फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड स्टेज में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया है, तो फर्स्ट स्टेज लेने के बाद में उन्होंने कंस्ट्रक्शन काम चालू करना चाहिए। सभी लोग का को कोई भी अगर लोन लेता है उसका बेसिक पर्पज़ क्या है? जिस चीज़ के लिए लोन लिया है उसी के लिए अगर यूज़ करते हैं तो उसका पर्पज़ सॉल्व होता है। ऐसा बहुत बड़ा दिक्कत नहीं है, वो लोन लेते हैं और काम स्टैग्नेट होता है। इसलिए 3 स्टेजेस में रखा है, जियो टैगिंग रखा है, कंस्ट्रक्शन लिंक्ड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन रखा है। तो वहाँ पे बहुत लिटरेसी की ज़रूरत है। ऑलरेडी हम काम कर रहे हैं इंस्टीट्यूशन लेवल पे, लेकिन बहुत बड़ा इंस्टीट्यूशन है, बहुत बड़ा यूएलबी का नेटवर्क है, बहुत से गवर्नमेंट के स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, ऑल शुड बी एक्टिवेटली पार्टिसिपेटिंग इन कि जो पीएलसी में इंडिविजुअल लोन लेते हैं, उनका पर्पस घर बाँधने के लिए गवर्नमेंट ने दिया है, तो उन्हें इमीडिएटली घर बाँधना चाहिए क्योंकि हम सेकंड और थर्ड स्टेज में वी आर ईगरली वेटिंग टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट। हमारा प्रॉब्लम क्या है, सेकंड और थर्ड स्टेज हम डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर नहीं पाते क्योंकि वो उतना फास्ट स्पीड अप काम नहीं करते और उसका 2 पर्पस सॉल्व होता है। एक तो उसका जो अपना बेनिफिशियरी का घर होता है और सेकंड थिंग इंडस्ट्री में इंजेक्शन ऑफ मनी होता है। जो अमाउंट हम इंजेक्ट करते हैं वो इकोनॉमी में आता है, ग्रोथ जीडीपी बढ़ता है। तो ये लिटरेसी वहाँ ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है। और सेकंड जो सेक्टर वो है अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग का, वो थोड़ा ऑर्गेनाइज्ड है। तो हम नहीं भी करेंगे तो बिल्डर को वो प्रोजेक्ट फिजिबल करना है, इसलिए वो बेनिफिशियरीज ढूँढ के लाता है। उसको हम भी कुछ अगर प्रमोशन चाहिए तो इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल पर भी देते हैं और कुछ बैंक्स के सेमिनार, वर्कशॉप ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। तो ये लिटरेसी वहाँ का है। तो अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर के लिए भी हम ऐसा कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या? एक अपन बैठ के प्रोग्राम डिज़ाइन कर सकते हैं, विल श्योर इट।
Great, sir. In fact, program that we have been doing as a part of Elets. We are running affordable housing summits. We are running housing summits. So our purpose is also that to spread the awareness among the community, among the people, so that it can spread across the nation, across the globe, and that's how a lot of people will come to know about this scheme. So I think very well answered, by Mr. Haji. I would now like to ask. I think that we've already reached almost half an hour plus for this session, and 45 minutes for this. So I'll move to the last leg of questions with all the panelists. And in that question, all of you can also add your closing statement. So, Mr. Raj, starting with you, I am going to ask you, like, what are the future plans and priorities? Like, if I consider asking you for next 3 to 4 years from the government of Maharashtra, like, we know the current scenario, we know the current challenges. Talk about what are the various schemes and various next 3 to 4 years. If I have to quickly ask you, what are your priorities in the role of deputy CEO here in MADA? Like, and where do you see government of Maharashtra excelling? And can Maharashtra become, the topmost leader in the coming years also, and they can retain that position also? Like, your views on that, your long-term plans.
Definitely. You were discussing about finances and the challenges in implementation. So recently, every Monday we have our HOD meetings, and our VP also conducts like brainstorming session, like think tank meetings. So in those meetings, we understood now we have to implement a new strategy. Yes, we have to because finally we have to increase affordable houses. Now, how those houses are coming, it's immaterial. We have to provide those units, those numbers. That's why we decided to come implement a JV policy. Now, what this JV policy is? Now, suppose there is a MHADA land which is lying vacant. In case I construct on that land, I will have to spend all my money, all my cash flow will be blocked for 2.5 3 years. After it gets constructed, then I'll sell it to the market, like to the LIG EWS category. And that time I will get my money back. Now we have taken two decisions. One, we will like immediately the project is launched, we'll start the lottery process, identifying beneficiary, and that's how I will get my cash flow right during the construction, and then I may not be burdened with the finances. Second, wherever our vacant lands are, we will be inviting private players by following due process, and we'll be sharing the built-up area. Now that model could be like developer will come forward, we will decide like 30 to 40% of the built-up area he will have to share. That will be the minimum bidding criteria, and based on that, the plot will be given to the developer. So he will construct at 40%, he will give it to MHADA, constructed premise, 50% he will get. So this is one model. The third model could be a private land owned by a private person. Now he will come forward along with his land parcel to us for construction of affordable housing. Now the question will be, why will he come to me? Because in case he comes to me, MADA has 3 FSI, and he, in case develop on his own, he may have lesser FSI. So that is the sweetener, that is the incentive. Because of that, the private player will come forward. So these are the plans on initial stage. I'm sure in a short time of period we will finalize that and implement. So by implementing such kind of strategies, I'm sure we'll be increasing the number of affordable housing every year. One more addition to this, in Maharashtra, I don't know, in MP and other states, we have 20% inclusive housing scheme. So under the 20% inclusive housing scheme, it is applicable to 10 lakh plus population cities, municipal corporation. Any plot which is 4,000 meter and above, the developer, landowner has to share 20% constructed built-up area to, or in case if it is a plotted scheme, he will have to share 20% the land area to me. Once he shares that constructed premises or land area, the constructed premises, whichever place is sharing to me, the developer will get the construction cost, and land I will get free, and the owner will get FSI or TDR in return. So this is how the tenement units will be generated, and we are expecting about 1 lakh tenement through this scheme. So these are the initiatives that government has taken, and MHADA is also trying to implement new strategies. Uh, by using these both the techniques, I'm sure will be providing the number of desired unit to the beneficiaries. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Ajit. I think these are some amazing strategy. And I'm sure government of Maharashtra will be using it to excel to newer heights in this mission. Same question, Mr. Parikshit, like what government of MP's plan are for next 2 to 3 years, and you see MP emerging as the next hub of affordable housing mission in India.
Definitely. For coming 2 to 3 years or 5 years, what the government of MP is focusing on is first in affordable housing sector in PLC vertical. Because from past experience, I have been the mission director for just 5 months now. But what my past experience or what past experience is there, the beneficiary identification is very crucial when it comes to affordable housing. There have been cases where those who were not eligible for the housing subsidy, they were benefited because of various factors, local political factors, etc. So first challenge will be the identification of the genuine beneficiaries and get them affordable housing. Second, in metros like Indore and Bhopal, we are focusing on PPM for the slum redevelopment, redensification, and also in affordable rental housing concept. So because PPMI second phase has affordable rental housing as per vertical, so we take it as a challenge to develop some scheme or some policy whereby we can have that affordable rental. Every person doesn't come in the city to live there. He can come there for doing his her job, and thereby he can return to his home place. So this affordable rental housing scheme also is, I think, in pipeline. Uh, we can have some modalities develop in PPP mode also in affordable housing. Again, lastly, the banking जो CLSS स्कीम है, इसको हम कैसे अच्छे से इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे कंक्लूड आई वुड से कि एक घर होना, एक अपना घर होना, एक अपना आशियाना होना, ये सभी का हम यहाँ पे बैठे हुए सभी का एक सपना होता है और ये ऐसा ही सपना हमारे गरीब भाई-बंधु हैं, वो भी देखते हैं। तो अगर हम जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर, प्राइवेट बैंकर्स हो, बैंकर्स लोग भी होल्डर्स हैं, अगर हम उनका सपना सच करने में थोड़ा-सा भी अगर हेल्प करेंगे, तो आई वुड थिंक कि हाउसिंग फॉर ऑल जो अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग का एक गोल है, वो हम जल्दी अचीव कर पाएँगे। थैंक यू।
Great, great, Mr. Parikshit. I'm sure घर हो अपना, आशियाना हो अपना, ये सबका सपना होता है, और ये इस परफेक्ट कॉम्बिनेशन और कोलैबोरेशन ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, बैंक, बेनिफिशियरीज और एक परफेक्ट रोड मैप हम इस पैनल डिस्कशन के थ्रू अब सबको दिखाना चाह रहे हैं, जिसके थ्रू आई थिंक सक्सेस होगा। Mrs. Selvin, question to you also from the other perspective, like आवास फ्यूचर के लिए क्या गोल में, since you are the chief business officer, so you're having a lot of views on that, and enlightened to know कि आवास how you are looking towards in Maharashtra currently, or like the top five there, then can Awas become number one? I'm sure it does, but what are your plans for that?
So right now, I feel that we all are moving to Viksit Bharat. Okay, so seeing the affordable kid. Okay, to just to share, I really have very, very pride to share my organization vision. So as you said, top five, we want to become a leader. That is the vision. Okay, if you see some of the NBFCs never think of creating a big book, but if you see our vision is that we want to create a 1 lakh thousand crores of book. Right now we are at 18,000. Okay, so you can see in next 5 years. That is our vision. Okay, to reach to the vision, that vision should be we need to be more aggressive on affordable funding. Okay, as everyone is saying about affordable, I've met some of the private sector. But okay, to be frank, the builders are moving out of the okay because of the thin margin. Okay, and I can see that government is moving towards. Okay, so I want to be really partner to the government on this part. Okay, and there's no confusion that as बोलते हैं ना, I think everyone has to has a dream. Okay, for and if you see our portfolio, we have around 2 lakh customers, out of which 85 to 90% of the customers have taken first house from us. Okay, so we will continue that. And as I said, we have created a separate vertical, and this vertical is not a new vertical for only this government. So we have created the vertical since last 3 years, and we continue this vertical, separate vertical, because sourcing for the market is different, and sourcing for this affordable business is different. So we'll continue with this, and currently we are present in most of the cities. We are present in 2,500 towns. Okay, present in 13 states. We are present in around 350 districts. Okay, and we have 371 branches. Our vision for next 2 years is we have to reach to 600 branches. Okay, so we are moving, now we are not present in south. In south we are present in Karnataka. Okay, now we are moving to Tamil Nadu and AP Telangana. Okay. Maharashtra is the second highest branches. We have 49 branches. Okay, so that's the reason we are very much closely connected to Mara. Okay, and whenever I speak to my team members, if I find that we have got 200 allotments, so I ensure that you ensure that we complete do all funding on 200 allotments. So that is our vision, and we'll continue it. Surely, if we after this meeting, I will personally meet everyone who do this tie-up. Thanks.
Wonderful, wonderful. Really worth applauding. Mr. Ajit, Mr. Ajit, sorry, you can also add something from government of Maharashtra and Maharashtra's perspective. Ajit sir also mentioned about the plans, but then there's something that you want to
Just,
add on to that.
just in one line, raising affordable and accountable finance to all affordable housing schemes in the coming years.
Wonderful, wonderful. Great. I think we have heard from the best of the minds here in the housing vision. We have heard from Marta. We had speakers in this panel from MP. We heard from the solution provider and Awas Financial Solution. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, we with this formally we end this last session of the day. I'm sure you all have been enlightened with the brainstorming that happened with all the areas. And since the morning, we have done similar sort of thing. We had session related to sustainable development. We had session related to public-private partnerships, and we have seen some good presentations from our partners. Really, thanks to all the players who have supported, starting from Raymond, who had been our presenting partner, all other partners, partner projects, CC Construction. I, on behalf of Anuj, Elets Media, Anuj Sharma, the G, would thank all the partners, and this I hand over, for the closing section and proceedings to Shweta.
Very insightful, and I must say, a very knowledgeable. And we really thought, possibly if we could have more time, we could have just, probably made sure that we had more questions. Really very well-defined panel discussion. Can we have a huge round of applause for them? Come on. For a conclusion, as we go ahead, basically, as of today's conclusive panel discussion, it's very evident that banks and HFCs are just not the financial, but also very essential partners as they provide the backbone, drive innovation, and streamline process to ensure that projects are completed efficiently. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's a time I shall call upon our industry expert to felicitate this absolutely phenomenal panel. I'll call upon Sri Milind Pandurang Shambarkar, Chief Officer, Mumbai Building Repairs and Reconstruction, Government of Maharashtra, to please come on stage to felicitate our very power-packed and very insightful panel. One by one, I will call upon. Also, I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta to accompany him. I'll call upon Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner, Urban Development Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to please accept the memento, along with, of course, we have Anil Wankhede, Deputy CEO, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development. I'll request Ajay Pawar, Finance Controller, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Government of Maharashtra, to please accept the memento as well. And Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head, Avas Financial Limited. With Selvan, the Chief Business Officer, Avas Financial Limited. And of course, very, very dynamic and very talented young gentleman, Anuj Sharma. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Lead strategic partnership in government. Well, a very congratulations to entire panel, of course. Well, thank you all the panelists, and for the conclusive vote. And of course, we have completed this entire productive day very efficiently. Let's get going. I'll call upon Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia, and editor-in-chief magazine, to conduct a vote of thanks.
Uh, Before everyone leaves, I will request the MADA team to like join on the stage for a picture, a group picture on this important occasion. So, Pooja, you may announce the names.
I would request all our esteemed HODs of Mahada to kindly come up on stage for a photograph session, please. Ankade sir, I would request you to please ask everyone, the entire team of Mahada, a big thank you to all of you for helping us and guiding us in executing the wonderful conference and the souvenir. Thank you so much from team Elets Technomedia and eGov Magazine. Is there anyone left from Mahada team? Kindly arrive, kindly reach the stage for a group photo session, please. हाँ. Sir,
एलेट्स लोग जो है ऊपर आ जाए। विशाल, विशाल जी, हाँ वही तो बुला रहे हैं। राजीव रंजन